Me, oh my god, Mead! Hi! Mead, what is that emote? Say the line, Hope. when anyone posts a weird emote or a gigantify emote. Hi, sweetie, I'm happy to see you. Pat. Where's Toddy? Is Toddy still alive? Sorry, I haven't talked to him in ages. I think so, hey. Chrono! I'm a Chrono Wolfie. Steven! I'm sorry I didn't talk much in your chat. I promise I did have you up. But I was grinding in RuneScape because I have 19 days left of the event in RuneScape. Steven. Hi Zabi, how's it going? Really hope well, you're still flying. Are you home? Did you make it to your city? How do beans? I'm okay, Steven. I'm okay today. Oh my god, Maxwell! Hi! How was your stream? What did you play? Alice, hi! Pikachu! Oh no, are you okay? You repotted all my potatoes? I'm actually so jealous. Oh, she's actually pretty. I like her. Thank you for the lurk, Alice. Lizard. Alice, dragon. Oh, your straws are flowering. Dude, that's so fucking cool that you garden. I still find it like... I find it so dope that you garden, bro. Hi, Lionheart. How are you? Wow, Chaos, thank you for the lurkies. That's okay, Maxwell. I think I yelled. Oh, I gotta tell Blue Sky that I'm live, actually. Hold on. I might have dinner soon. What's for dinner tonight? I don't garden, just try to sow wild oats. Ooh. What do you do with wild oats? Eat them? Is cool gardener though, apparently. No, I just like that because like I would do that. Do you I'm sorry, I really don't remember Mead.
Come.
Do you live in a house or an apartment?
I would come, but you've come. I have.
I've come. Coming. Oh.
Lizard.
Maxwell, Lizard V. Hi, I miss you, V.
Lizard.
Do you wait? So where do you garden? Do you have like a little balcony, Mead? Oh, is it? I didn't. How would I have known? What is? Where? Oh, so wild oats. I wouldn't have. Yeah, that's so cool. Axe the Axolotl, hi. You're so cute. Really? Oh my god, Sanosu. What is that emote? Wait, Patty, why does he have a Dexter emote? Oh my god, what? You know, Gotsta. Hi. Thank you so much for your Prime Gaming. Wow. I need to see them. That sounds so cool. Hi friends. Hi Lizard, welcome on in.
Lizard.
Ajax, what's shaking? How's it going?
Lizard.
It's me. It's V. Mama, Zenato. I'm doing well, Sino. How are you doing? How's life? Are you winning or losing? How's the missus? How's the job? How's life? Do you have a Discord? I do. Exclamation point Discord. Life is good, very busy. You could join there. As long as your animation is safe for anything you post needs to be safe for work, or it'll be demolished. Work is super redonkulous right now. Oh no, I'm gonna fight your work for you. IRL. Hell yeah, Axe. That's so cool. Hope I got a song for you to listen to. Oh no. Why did you put the boy kisser there? Guys, check in. Make sure you get your check in. Oh, good morning. Whoa, Wilson. With pleasure, Chrono. Wilson, hi, how are you? I'll get all those check-ins in. Yeah. I love it. I love it. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, I didn't take my meds. Even with the fucking thing. Oh. Take it him. That is true. That is real. Hi, Noel. How are you? Oh. I'll check it out. Oh. The gulpies. Hi, Silent. Oh my god, Max on the cheek squishes. A squeak. This cheek scratches. Where's the thing? Okay. Okay. Bada. Where's my own art channel I found now? Said to eat SpaghettiOs. Oh, these are cute. Whoa, you made it like do a little cute flip.
Think I'll make it a decaf today.
Stop, Pilgrim!
What did you do with my sister?
So, what can I get you?
Is there anywhere you don't work?
They're called jobs, something a ball like you wouldn't know anything about. And by the way, I can't believe you asked Ramona out after I specifically told you not to do that.
How are you doing that with your mouth?
Never mind how I'm doing it.
Aha! This is so good. Luton, hi. Wait. Christmas. Jakes, hello. How's it going? That's so funny. Dude, I want to learn animation. I had chicken roast, guacamole, cucumber. Oh my god. With guacamole, I love cucumbers. I love tomatoes. I don't know if I'd put corn in a wrap. Onions and cheddar cheese though, yummy. I don't hate corn, so like. Christmas? What the shit is Moo! The Ivy from the Ivy Boat Band. This is a Christmas song. That's so cool, Ads. Ooh. Ooh. Okay. Hey. Sky. On my mind. Ooh. No? This isn't the one? Hi, Kalani, how are you? My amiga is you. It's the first one I saw. It's the first one I saw. Oh, this?
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas.
Oh, fuck me.
It's beginning to look a lot like Christmas. Everywhere you go, take a look at the fluffy men. They're glistening once again with squishy beans that warms your dreams, you know. It's beginning to look a lot
Cute!
like Christmas. Boys in every
I have a
floor,
question.
but the prettiest sight to see.
I don't know if I want to bring it up though.
Be on your own front door.
Wasn't
Pair
this
of
artist?
and glumpies with rubbies and pet.
Wasn't the artist for the Boy Kisser, like the
Since they
original
wish
Boy
of
Kisser,
Phillies
like
and
cancelled?
Boys that will kiss and will cuddle.
Or am I
and
high?
the hope of closets and prudes.
Wasn't he like kind of problematic?
Trying to dance and stick like glue. It's beginning to look
It's
a
cute.
lot like
It's cute.
Christmas.
Don't get me wrong.
Everywhere you go.
But I thought he was like a little bit problematic.
There's a floof in the boy hotel. One in the
I could be
park as
high.
well.
I could be
It's
high.
the
I
toasty-
thought I saw it like browsing through Twitter one day or some shit. All will be canceled. Silent. Who is gonna be canceled between you and I first? Me or you? Hey, I like that. That's cute. Jazz, but it's shrimp. Was it? No, it was. You have to be out of my. You.
It's
How do
beginning
you
to
know?
look a lot like
How do you know?
Christmas. Everywhere you go.
Where is that
Take
shit?
a look at
Stop
the fluffy
singing!
men. They're glistening.
Silent Records. Oh, that's her. That's her. Hi, Fred. I love you. Eats you. Hope you have a good day. How do you know?
Snowfall, slow down. Lights on the roof, but you on that glow. Hot cocoa hands, but your touch feel cold. Sleigh bells ringing, but my heart said hold. Didn't want a gift, I want you if I'm bold.
Oh, I mean the art they use. The art they use for their shit looks AI-ish. Yeah, maybe you're right. Like this looks AI-ish. It's giving AI. AI. Hi, Demetria. Guys! Ugh. I love you guys, but anyway, why are we listening in May? We should, maybe, yeah, maybe you're right, Ashley's Island. Dude, just give me the equipment, bro. I could handle it in Minecraft Mead. I could handle it in Minecraft. No, same. Well, I speak. What does that mean, Maxwell? Hugs to everyone. What did I have to talk about today? Guys, we're gonna be playing Pragmata in a little bit, but oh, I found a new website. Let me know if the website's good. Arctic, you're so lovely. I hope you had fun playing Far Far West last night. Get some kills for me. I found a new website. Look at this. This might be the next furry V-Gen. Somebody tweeted about this. It was EDF, but sure. Oh, fuck me. I'm so sorry. There's some of the art that they use. What you talking about? I love you too, Arctic. Look at this.
Shut the hell up, bitch.
It's VGen for furries. Shut the hell up, bitch. Oh, Arctic. You're so cute. Thank you. Oh, I'll hydrate. I'll hydrate. Thank you for the hand pads.
Shut the hell up, bitch.
Shut the hell up. Ghosty, get an account on here. Cause you're an artist. It's the next VGen for furries.
Come. I mean, I knew you would come, but
Yeah, it is. But this like just specifically specializes in furry.
come.
I am a fan of your content. Oh my god, that's a fan. Hacks into your account, fucking farts into my microphone. Eat it up, little princess. Oh, I'm sorry. That was really gross. I never want to talk again. I should. My bad for having a mouth, guys. I don't know, Keithachu. But it's Fur Nova. I'll drop the link. But it's made from France, though, so they have that .fr. Matto, did you even stream this morning? I looked up for you. They've subscribed for 60 months? That's almost a year. Oh.
I'm gonna put boogers in your mouth if you ever say that again.
No, thank you. Did you stream and I missed it, Matto? Oh, my baloney has a first name, it's M-A-T-T-O. My baloney has a second name, it's D-A-D-D-Y. No, sorry, I had a doctor visit, so I was not in a good place. Why did they put... Pose, how do you know? Matto, did he put his hand up your butt? I'm joking. You don't have to tell me about your doctor's appointment. I can do math? Clorp slam! Damn it, he's too powerful. Mods, can we get a ban on Pose for knowing math? No, I'm joking. Ew. Oh, I had that too. Although my doctor was kind of gentle. I had a physical semi-recently, and he had to like, you know when they like touch you around your like tummy and your like neck or like your chest and ask you to breathe, like a physical, right? I like, it feels weird when they push on certain like parts of like the side of the tummy or whatever, and it's weird how they can just tell if something's good or not. I don't know, my doctor is just OP, I guess. Sounds like fondling. No, I swear. I'm gonna break my monitor, I swear. The best I can do is licks. I want 2 licks, please. 1 for each cheeks. Which cheeks? You'll have to decide. Or I'll have to I fuck you. Do it, Pose, do it. I'll take another. Draco, what does that mean? Trying to top her chat? More likely than you think. Yeah! Aliens are please! Lithanar! Oh my god, Naru, Brew, and Gascarino! Holy, look at those dance! Alien, I love the alien dance so much. Path to death, hello, Lante, what's shaking, Maris? Cascarino Forte, how's it going? Dan Cats, that's so cute. Hi, friends. Daily Squishy. Guys, wait, W, do we have a shout out for Lithanar? Guys, Lithanar is so fun. Angule, Lithanar. Daily Squishy, thank you. Hope, yes. Guys, meet my buddy Lethendar. He's absolutely so funny. I was actually lurking in your stream while I was setting up for my stream because I woke up late. I like tried to wake up early to just kind of feel like okay, but I wasn't able to. But so I was like, I'm gonna lurk a little bit and then maybe. Hope is upon the horizon, yes. Oh my god, I love them. Dear Mado, you can't lick my belly like that. Well, if you wanted an updated physical, Neku! Don't tell Neku, everybody, but... No, I'm teasing. Why are you guys crying? We feel so strong. Oh my god, I love you. It's so strong today, so tough. No, you don't know what I'm gonna say, Kalani. You don't know what I'm gonna say. It's good to see everybody. How's your weekend starting, friends? Lethies, if you do have to go to like kind of wind down or do whatever, you're totally okay. Get comfy, boo. I'm yawning, sorry. I'm waking. I have my coffee, guys. I have my coffee. I'm saying, if can't lick belly, why so lickable? If belly's lickable shape, why no lick? I need to eat. Yeah, no worries. Go eat, dude. Go eat. You're totally fine. Friends, if you don't know who I am, by the way, my name is Hope. I'm your #1 dragon mom on the internet. Tanya, hi. You're so sweet. I also introduced myself as your stoner mom on the internet. I play a variety of games, but I mostly play horror games and Voice of the Void on Fridays. Today we've been going through Pragmata. Understandably, if some people are like trying to avoid spoilers, I know it's like a fairly newish game. But we're in the middle of Pragmata, and I've been actually really enjoying it. It's one of my personal contenders for Game of the Year, I think. If only if it was a tiny bit more optimized. We are familiar with this concept, bellies or weed. JT, hi. Pander, that's me, I'm Dragon. Thank you for shitting yourself, Rose. Messes of the Void, yes. Yes? Oh, okay, that's her. Oh, real Keithachu. Real cute Keithachu. I always shit myself for Hope. Perfect. Perfect. Thank you. Lund, where's the Vorteg? You know what? Do you miss it? I actually exchanged it for the Oh, I put anime twice. Okay, never mind. The Vorteg's back. Does that make you feel better, Ghosty? I knew it's what you always wanted. Oh, my heart. Forte. Guys, it's good to see you all. We were just what were we just talking about? Is it a Hope stream without Flora? Yeah, you're kind of right. Were we? Oh, guys, gaming news. It concerned Rose. Yeah, no, it's my bad. Pragmata. We talked about Pragmata, but what was I thought we had other gaming news. Oh, well, I guess we have 2 gaming news to talk about-ish. Thanks. Guys, Paralives is coming out in 2 days. If you're a fan of The Sims, but don't want to pay extreme amounts of money just to be able to add a swimming pool in your home or whatever, Paralives, they're from an indie dev and they wanted to make a Sims-like game. It looks good. It's coming out on the 25th. We also have from IO Interactive 007 First Light coming out also in 2 days, I think. 2 or 3 days we get. It's on the 25th, I believe. We also get the new 007 game, which I'm going to be hopefully streaming soon. That's exciting. What happens tomorrow, Maxwell? Hi, Will. Will, I miss you. I think so. I don't know how else to describe it, Pose. I'm trying to think. I'm trying to think how else to describe like this, a game like The Sims, you know? Oh, I'm here. Are you surviving work? I accidentally closed my... Where's my music? There we go. Hope, judge my breakfast. Family sim? Oh wait, Marisoli? Oh yeah, Merlcause. Hell yeah. Hope, judge my breakfast. Coffee with a strawberry muffin. Already a W because you've got a nice coffee. Strawberry waffle and raspberry blueberry tartlet. What's a tartlet? Hold on. Tartlet. Oh, like with like fruit on top of it. Oh, okay. It's a okay, yeah. Roguelike Sim Souls game is crazy. Oh, Life Sim. Oh, are you okay, Will? They were trying to replace you while I was in the hospital, and when I got back, Drew was on some bullshit, so I just quit. Fuck Drew. Fuck Drew. I don't even know who Drew is, but all my homies hate Drew. Also, isn't that like against some worker law though? Yeah, fuck Drew. Yes, your breakfast is actually good. It is. Now, if I'm being super judgmental, hi Smokey Dragoness, I love you. If I'm judging your breakfast hard, you are lacking protein in it. And having protein at the start of the day could help because you have like the full day to turn that protein into something. No, that's fair. Protein, Roxy, Lovey, how are you? Just went to the mental. I'm sorry, dude. Come kick it with some Siege sometimes with us. You know it's always a good time, boo. Hi, Winnick, how are you? It's good to see you. Whole grain bread, smoked turkey, cheese and a cup of coffee. Yeah, I have a coffee too. You don't stream Monday. I know I don't stream Monday. I've got work to do. I've got work to do. So I'll stream it on Wednesday. But Monday and Tuesday I got I think 2 commissions. I need to ask my one friend if is this for virality or not. But I got 1 commission to do for virality. I've managed to guys, here's your announcement right now, and I'll even post about it on my Blue Sky. Guys, if you plan to go to Ferality, the VR FurCon, optimize your avatars if you want to be shown, and if you don't want to be the person that gets turned off by everybody. How do you I have the easiest solution to optimize your avatars, guys. When is Ferality again? We got like, what, 2 weeks now? It's June 6th. How do you remember? 6-7. Wait, do you make retexture? I don't know anything Blender wise. Don't go. Let me know if you need any help. I've learned how to optimize better, and because you have to be at a certain like uncompressed or compressed file size or whatever. You can still be very poor. You can still be very poor ranking, but getting to poor is W. But if you're below like 300 or some shit, you can appear on the TV on the Ferality streams. Tyler, I hope your stream was W last night. I love you so much. Get some rest. I know it's probably your bedtime soon. Widdick, I'm so glad you're rocking out. I'm always working at Chrono. Gotta have 100. Oh, that's fair of me. Well, it's kind of nice. I think it might be culture about the whole sugar breakfast thing. But like growing up, there's something nice about having like a coffee and a donut in the morning. Oh, sorry, wait, someone messed my eyes and hasn't got around to fixing it. How would I change the eyes to the right color? So I have Substance Painter. I can do it for you, Will. Just send me. Do you have the Substance Painter files? That's the easiest way to get to it. If you really want it. If it's changing your eyes, bro, it's 2 seconds for me. And no payment whatsoever. It'll take like literally 3 seconds. I can offer. Wait. Keith, it's you. I got something crazy cool for you. Yeah, Tyler, you're so cute. Wait, thank you so much for 33 months. That's almost a week, Widdick. Thank you so much. And with Prime Gaming, you're so sweet. Thank you. I appreciate it. Widdick, I love you, dude. I hope we hang out IRL sometime. Yeah, the fresh maple donut fug. Yeah, exactly, Post. We'll make it social. Yeah, take Roxy's message here. They're gonna make it, like, keep up to date with Virality socials, guys. But previous years made 100 megabytes, but make those. Oh yeah, they might restrict those. But last year it was 300 megabytes uncompressed and 100 megabytes to download your avatar. You could see those easily in your avatar information. But if you make it like that, you could be seen on the big screen. We will, Rose, we will. Hey, I don't know if I could do it, actually, because I'm already technically registered. You can... I wonder if I could... I might not be able to show you. Hold on. Yeah, I'm not able to show you. But Keith, it's you. If you come here or you register for Virality, start the registration process. Go for like a general pass. Go for a general pass right here. As you're registering, there is a spot where you could basically say, hey, money's tough right now and I can't pay this. Yeah, you can apply for financial hardship if you identify as someone who's like you know, who has like a financial barrier to going to Virality. Just start the reg process. Half middle way through it, it's gonna ask if you can't afford it or something, or you need a ticket. Do it early. Yeah. Tell your friends who like might not be able to go because of the cost of it. I'm gonna try right now. Guys, Roxy's my boss. W boss in the chat, everybody. W boss. What file? It would be .spp like that. Oh, I need unrecognized command. What do you mean? It would be .spp like that. It'd be like your avatar .spp. And I could find it for you. I might even own the model for you. I would just I trust honor system. I would just trust that you own the model too and just send you the file. Like, not the file itself. I would send you the PNG to put on your avatar so it takes your eyes. But yeah, I love you guys. I hope you're doing well. Guys, we have more Pragmata today. Gaming news. We went over gaming news today. Hey, the Yoshi. Hey, let me know if anybody's picking up the Yoshi game. I think that recently came out, friends. The new Yoshi game. I wonder if people are like it. Honor, I hardly know or. James, hi, how's it going? I can't take it from VR chat. Sadly, I can't. I could if I had a certain avatar that ripped avatars. But I don't run that kind of script. I don't run my script. I'm sorry. What is it? Can I ask what model it is? Is it a base or did somebody make you? Soap Dog? I don't own that one, sadly. From doing commissions, I've ended up owning so many of these. Soap Dog. Oh! Wait, Wait, why is the soap dog so cute? Wait, why is it not on Gumroad anymore? Hey! Low key, I think the dude ripped it. Oh no. Bro, I don't think it's a... Oh, these are cute! Wait, I want a soap dog! Oh! No, I'll... There's like other ways. There's like another way we would go. It's $40 right now. Unless they're offering it on Jinxie for cheaper. You can try to see if the base or if a public avatar is close to what you look like. Yeah, Chrono, get stinky. Well, you would need a file. If Will doesn't have ownership of the files, then we're kind of shit out of luck. If bro just sent you an avatar to use, we're kind of shit out of luck. And we don't want to rip avatars. We don't want to promote the ripping of avatars. That's the only thing. Was saying because you want... Oh my god, you guys are silly. Chrono, these soap dogs look exactly like you. Gotta go to a grad party? Take me with you. Take me with you in your phone. I'm joking. He says he has it? No, I'll do it. If you're still friends with him, I just in the future, or ask him if you paid Buddy. I don't know if you paid Buddy, but you deserve ownership of your own avatar files. You deserve ownership of your own. Well, yeah, no, that's what I'm saying, Pose. But I'm worried his friend ripped the avatar is what I'm getting around to. I'm worried that nope. I don't know how the exchange went. Listen, I'll just say I'll color your eyes for you. You don't have to pay me. You don't have to pay me to color your eyes for you. I'm worried his buddy. What's up, dog? Pose. You sure? Yeah. Bro, I'm not gonna charge you for something that takes me 2 seconds to do. Unless the iFiles are absolutely the worst. What's up with you? Plus, then you can tell people that I'm a W artist. Friends, are we playing games today or are we not? Should we just not play games today? Should you guys just watch me grind RuneScape? Should I just not talk to the chat at all and just play RuneScape? Should I just completely turn off the chat? Ignore us, mommy. We've been bad. Okay, about to start boarding. What do you mean? I thought you were okay. Have a good flight back home. I mean, please be quiet, mommy. All right, guys, it's time for Pragmata. I've waited here long enough. I've laid well, semi-yap sesh. I can yap while I still play game. I've been yapping for 40 minutes. I've been yapping for 40 ass minutes. Oh, Forza. Is Leon playing Forza? Oh my god, he is. I should race with Leon. Leon! Help me, Leon. Pragmata. Minimum? If I missed anyone in chat, by the way, I love you guys. I hope you're doing well. Finlay, I didn't say hi, but I love you. Vega, if you're still around, I love you. Wittick is here. Okay, I got everybody. I think I said hello to everybody. Guys, the last we made it was the moon boss. We didn't fight, bro, but it was we were getting ready, and I did some training shit off grounds. Big Pop, wait, I love you. Big Papa Lemon, thank you so much for the follow. I love Lemon. I gotta refollow this dude. Say something in my chat so I can follow you back. Wait, I'll just find you on Twitter again. Whoa, chill. No, you're really funny. You're really funny. I don't know what's I found, guys, I found Big Papa Lemon. I loved you too, random citizen. I found Big Papa Lemon doing a countdown of VTubers, and nobody knows what happens when the countdown reaches W Lemon. Ash, how you doing, sweetie? It's good to see you. What countdown? The count, the summer. I wonder if it's if you're following VTubers and then you just
Hope.
Oh wait.
ILWK, I'm about to lose my sub for you.
Why?
I'm gonna get ads and lose the emotes. Inhumane screeching.
Just stick around long enough and you might get a gift sub or something. What? I'm not high. Am I? You are. You can't do this to me. Okay. You're gonna make me second guess myself. Why is 7 days away? Hope, just put the chat while I talk to them for fire. You have this. 7 days remaining. It's okay. You got this. Just lock in. Just attend every stream and hope for the best. I don't know why my settings for this game keeps resetting. Hey, where's my audio? This game is so quiet right now. Dude, why? I love this game. Absolutely love this game. But every time I reboot this game up, it plays with everything. Ray tracing? Where is it? What is ray tracing? Does anybody actually know what ray tracing is? Can we even see traces being rayed? I love Dead Space. Yeah, this is Dead Space 5. Halo looks different. Stop.
Lizard.
Trust me, Hope. Oh my god. Azrael, hey, what's shaking? Wait. Oh, that's weird. Dude, ray tracing destroys me as a VTuber. Silver pictures of banta rays. Oh my god. It shows you the way to people they rate Warhammer. They made a Warhammer, is it Warhammer 40k? They made a Warhammer, Survivors, like a Vampire Survivors, but they're making it like Warhammer style. Okay, that should work. I haven't tried it yet. As a survivors gaming, I love it. Lemon bud. You have a lemon bud? RTX Hope Candy confirmed Pokemon looks a little different. This isn't. You guys are wild. Don't you just, guys, don't you just want to bite into a lemon right now? Unrelated, but don't you just have like the visceral urge to sink your teeth into a lemon? Like a whole ass lemon. Oh, wow. He's, what does that mean, Vega? Lund, what is that emote? Goldie, I miss you. I can eat, can you? I like lemon in my salads.
We'll be here. If you need us.
Alright, I've got some ass to kick. We gotta load up our weapons first. Shockwave gun is OP. Photon laser. I'll take the drone hive maybe. I actually kind of like it. Maybe not multi-hack for the boss, but like expose and heat. All right. Noelle, what are you doing? Pose, what are you? Oh no, Pose, you're behaving yourself. Sorry, I almost crashed out on you, Pose. I'm sorry. Nurse, thank you for the alert. We have boss time. QQ. Remember? Oh my god. Am I too big, guys? Or am I just the right? Am I VTuber meta yet? Am I VTuber meta right now? Or do I need to be like this? What am I doing? Where's the did I make it? Where's the...
Is this the right way?
Looks like the only way is down.
Oh, this is it. I don't know. I don't even know what I'm doing half the time. I need to switch my Bamboo Point channel name. Hello? We found all the cabins in the Lumen mines. I don't even know if I don't think they do anything. What should it be? What should the new channel point thing be called? This game is giving me a rocket launcher for a reason, so we'll do that. Damn. I should call him. Hope Bug, stop. HopeDreams? Well, Dream Essences. We'll figure it out.
Broken Luna Diggers.
It's like a junkyard.
Leave me honest, he starts to a rocket dash and that's so funny. I can't imagine how he smells right now, Ash. He must be sweat and grease and everything. But that is funny to think about, that he probably needs like some adjustment period time. Crash outs 0.
Where are you?
I know where you are. I actually dodged, but what did you say to them? Did you say hi? Lund with a full-on blunt in his mouth. Dang, I've been thinking about you lately. I love it. Dad Space? Wait, that's such a good name to call it. No, my dog scared them away. I had that once. I'd love to chit chat with them. But I feel like I would straight up tell them, I'm gonna be real, I don't think I'm your target audience. I would tell them straight up that. I'd be like, you're close, but I don't think I'm your target audience. Sammy, explain what that emote is right now in your own words. What does that mean, Maxwell? Just tried to hand them the Satanic Temple information return. They never came back to my house. Oh my, you got like do not interacted. Oh shit. Okay. Tell us once and just talk to them about the Divine Comedy. Have you beat this game, Fangies? You drop multi-hack? I don't believe I'll need multi-hack, but...
Something's glowing.
What's glowing?
So this is Luna.
Am I almost at the boss thing? What is that emote? Why is it so big? Lunatic mode? That means you have to beat this game twice.
Right?
They say it can do anything, so sure. I guess it's possible.
Can I do anything?
ISO!
Maybe not anything, but
ISO high!
good enough.
I'm doing good. Yes.
Yes, I'm doing good. One said that Lunatic on stream. Damn!
Finally gonna reboot Edis.
About time. That damn thing's getting on my last nerve.
Real. I've been doing okay. How's life with you? You're you're
The mouth is its weak.
finished your studies, I think? I don't remember. Wow. You said a non-pushy compared. That is true, Lundy's.
Edis's main
Sometimes you meet like really chill ones. Maxwell, what is that emote? Hi Taku, I'm doing well. Good afternoon, ISO Snuggly.
We made it.
Yeah, all the smack.
Unregistered guests.
All the smack. I mainly said you were very sweet, and I cherish you as a close friend.
Please withdraw immediately.
I'm calling it. You'd make
Just
a
hear of
lousy
you.
friend.
I'm calling it. You make it lousy. My new job on the 22nd of June. I got myself a new deck building game. Wait, what do you mean? A new deck building game? What is that? What is that emote, Sammy?
Come on. Where'd you go?
Yeah.
Look, it's our old friend, Mr. Worm.
Can't run away this time.
Running pointless. Just keep coming for us. Time to bury this thing for good.
Oh, sounds good, Fangies. Oh, Daku, no, are you okay, bro? Oh, I wanted to. The stun was only short-lived. Oh, damn it. I didn't get the dodge right. What? Wait, what happened to your other job? Did it not go well? W boss fight. Actually, it's all right. I think it's more annoying that I can't do damage. Look, is I'm ready to stream. Oh my god, good luck. GL.
Take this.
I love you. Thank you, sweetie. I had to move from North Carolina to Wyoming and I've been unable to find a place. Wait, you moved too? Shit. Dude, I feel like I've missed like so much of your life. Smooches, Paigey. Oh my god, ma'am, I miss you, Paigey. Oh, oops, I didn't mean to alt when it was going back into hiding. Hello, Frames? I'd like to know where you disappeared to. Where did my frames go? No, that's okay, sweetie. You don't ever have to apologize. Oh, that's okay, Michael. Thank you. At least I know where they went. Daku! Daku! Daku eats you. Oh, balls. She didn't get her minnows in time. Oh, I went the long way. Yo, tell me about the good news. Tell me about the good news. Say more in DMs. Yeah, that's her, Daku. I'd be curious. Gotta get these mini drones. Oh, decoy? Sure. I gotta, thank you for the hand pads, by the way. Alice, hi Alice, it's going well. How are you? The attribute to be close to at another job is getting. Oh, wait, so you'll get like a full teacher? Are you excited for that? Like, are you want? I'm assuming you want to be a teacher, right? Dude, that's really cool if you get to be. Yeah, this thing, I'll be spreading the one of. That's so sick. Doctor, thank you for the lurk. I'll look forward to your DM. Thank you, Ghosty W. I keep messing up my hack. Wow. You're playing Lunatic, but wait, are you almost done the game on Lunatic? Like, how far are you in Lunatic? No, yeah. Wait, did I win, guys? I won. Great. Wow, great. It's a GG's.
Hell yeah.
It's GG's, guys. Easy WP. Absolutely shat on it.
Mainframe, here we come.
Time to meet Edith.
Now I kill a slower 6-7 dogs. I'm joking. Wait, is this the Edith? Reboot Edith.
What is this place? And what's with these bodies?
I think this black stuff got them.
What the hell?
What is this? What is this place? Cutscene time. Hello?
Entrance to this area is prohibited.
Yeah, why?
Voluntary withdrawal is recommended.
I got your withdrawal right here. Time to stick my boot up your holographic ass.
Subject has declined to evacuate. Anti-personnel measures activated.
Maxwell, why does that look like you IRL? Hack the side shit. Hack the side shit, girly. Whoa. Guys, she's doing something. Okay, Smeef Cat, you can have cheeseburger. Meow. Meow. Fool. Bro, she's OP. Who is this girl? Well, she does have the program to kind of. She's created. Bro, Cyrus, she's OP. Diana. Oh, my bad, my bad. Hi, Cyrus.
That was incredible.
How are you, cutie? It's good to see you. Cyrus, stream again soon. I want to watch you stream.
E9900. Administrative privileges to 8 restored. Resuming transfer of dead filament to the central port.
Is that good or bad?
Thank you for your cooperation.
What is all this?
But I thought we stopped it.
Oh, okay, no, it's bad then.
Transfers dead filament to the central port. Thank you for
Hack your has true. I hope the whoa, did they? Did you like him? Who is this bitch? Who is this bitch? Hello?
What is all that?
Math, who is that? Oh shit. Yo, what? It could delete stuff, dude.
Hugh Williams, you've completely ruined her.
I like her hairstyle.
You tricked us?
Hardly.
I thought she died, Ghosty.
Your assistance. But I must complete my objective.
Michael, we're dying.
To spread dead filament across the earth.
The turning point. No, don't say that.
I thought you'd understand. What a waste.
Where's 11 when you need her real? Oh my god, this girl's hair particles are absolutely destroying my frames. Is she okay, guys? No! No, she literally has to make it. What do you mean? I've been watching all my fucking favorite characters die. Since last night. I watched anime last night.
Let's head back. We need to regroup.
Guys, are we gonna low-key touch Hope or is it just gonna be me? Y'all are going to butt prison.
Alert.
They wouldn't take her out of the game now. Like, I'm pretty sure she's okay.
Initiating Pragmata protection protocol. Switching to guidance mode.
I don't know if I should give spoilers, but Ghosty and I were watching anime last night. And
Guidance mode activated.
it's fucking me up, guys.
Please proceed to the special tram right over there.
Special tram?
Complete but we need to hack the robots, Cyrus. They want to get rid of my main part of the game.
What the heck? Has this tram always been here?
I volunteered, sir. We've both been hit, but the difference is she's during fast moves and initiate auto hack actually sounds OP. But maybe you consumes her and earns her powers. That would be crazy. Becomes a playable character. Ash, I miss you. Come play games with me. Ash, 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 Ash. Ashy, 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 Yasu. Look, I'm saving her. I'm gonna reprogram her.
Hang on, kiddo.
Model DI-03367 confirmed.
Maybe that machine over there.
Can I break this? I can't break the box. 6, 7.
Why would she do this? We're supposed to be the same, but I don't understand her at all.
Hey, don't worry about that.
How are you getting sued? I can't do anything, Cyrus. I'm trying so hard. My sweet baby owl. Oh. 6, 7, Trin win.
What now?
What is?
How many times I gotta go through this?
What do you mean? What do you mean? Wait, is she okay, or is she like?
Am I all better?
Not yet. I gotta get that junk out of you and get you back on your feet. Wait here.
Let me harness it as a power. Hi, Sly. Hi, cutie.
You can't. Not like that. You need to rest.
I'm going.
Okay. Let's move. Now let's go get you that reactor.
I love her. She's still here. No, she's not. She's still here. We just gotta get her reactor. Everything's gonna be okay. You know what? I'll try code generator. Oh God, I didn't even know you could sue for that in a car accident thing. Licks Hope feet. Are you sure? Actually, I showered, so they're pretty clean. E Cassidy, hi.
Stay with me.
I'm here.
Yeah, I can't. You always could. My sweet baby Cyrus Owl.
Stay behind.
You're...
Que pasa, Owl? What's shaking?
No, it's just...
Que pasa, Senor Owl?
Don't overdo it. Alright?
All right.
Como estas? Purple Cryptos out passing through these will temporarily disable your hacking controls.
What kind of noise is affecting my hat?
You alright?
It should cover it. Your insurance will likely assist or fully handle getting you a defense. Oh, W Kalani. W Smelliani, if you ask me. Bro, I can't even hack this guy.
Watch out.
Fuck it. Move. Oh, oops.
It's my turn. Diana.
She can't even save. Oh, I can hack through it. It just...
You okay?
Holy shit, right?
That noise settled down at all?
I think this black stuff is causing it.
Yeah, Loki said so. What does that mean? Andemos aquí dando el rol viviendo dragones y ryukets. What does that mean? That Guadalajara ganja, bro. He does sound sad, you're right. Yo, is my buddy Ryuket streaming right now? Where is V? V? Where's my best V? Just stall. I thought I couldn't hack Ghosty. I almost shit myself.
Looks like it.
I don't like that she's sad. I don't know what V's streaming. What's V streaming right now? And why are we playing with him? Who's this bitch?
Prototype is now complete. It will be a fine replacement for Daisy in the clinical trials ahead.
The projector's broken.
Hey, that was you. Then that was Dr. Higgins.
Yeah. That's right.
Do we like Dr. Higgins? Oh, I know Dart Descend. To cure Daisy?
My purpose. The doctor spent years researching rare diseases.
Is it all coming back to you?
Yeah. I've just
When you touch me like this, and you hold me like that, it was gone with the wind, but it's all coming back to me.
The doctor saved Daisy.
The doctor saved Daisy, and now who's Daisy?
What do you mean?
I wasn't good enough.
No, don't say that. Diana, relax. We need to have a self-confidence talk.
Watch out.
Dude, if I was a parent, my kids would actually be low-key so OP. That's why I wasn't blessed with having kids or whatever. Because they knew my kids would actually be too OP. What is this, stasis net? I think I like the code generator. Because it does more hack damage, but I don't have a build for hacking, is my thing. I just kind of... Decoy generator, my kids fucking dank. Bro, the moment my kids were legal Lund, I'd roll my kids' first joint. I'd teach them how to roll a joint. I call it a life survival skill, bro. Hi, Ryuji! Super Mega Ultra Gigatron Snugs. I was wondering why I couldn't jump. But I was thinking I was in the purple shit. Base, right? Mother, do you think I have? Because if you're gonna roll a J, I'd rather you do it in the house. Well, that's the thing. If my kids are gonna try something stupid, I'd rather they try it in the safety of their own home. The humidity? You guys have humidity? I did it. Yeah. Rip, nice number. That's okay. You're good. You're W now. What the Marcus? Who said you could stream this early? What the Was on Parade? Oh my god, we love Was on Parade. Hi, sweetie. Thank you so much for the raid. What were you doing? What were you playing? You played Like a Dragon? I started streaming 9 a.m. Oh my god, look at you go, boo! Thank you so much for the raid. Oh, it's like it's an honor to be raided by you. By such a W friend. We played it. Was it good? Was it fun? Thank you, friends. Check out Marcus. He's such a good friend of mine. Super polite and silly and really kind. We squished Marcus. Thank you so much, sweetie. I appreciate you. Sorry I locked in a little bit on the fight. Dragoon, hi. I hope you're doing well. Thank you for the shout out. Good dork. Some kid and friends with something happens to us. I'd rather like have them come home in the garage door asking for. Yeah, they're leading to search somewhere in town with their high giving direct. Exactly, Lundy's. Exactly. But of age though, I'm gonna like I'd rather educate because at the end of the day they're gonna get into something. At the end of the day they're going to get into something. At least I can prepare them for shit, you know?
More security.
Great. We've all done stupid shit. Unloading, reloading the dishwasher. Oh my god. I wish my name was Dishwasher Drake. I'm joking. I'm joking. Don't come after me. I laugh so hard at how silly. I need to see it. I need to play that. Oh.
I'm sorry. I can't spend it with you. Once you're better.
I'm done. No more. Oh.
No more research.
Wolfen licks you and licks you and licks you. Yeah, that's Sir Dragoon.
What's going on up here is what's causing me the most physical discomfort.
Sounds good, Marcus. I adore you, dude. Me too. Wolfen, how are you? How was your night? How was fishing last night? I wanted to come hang with you, but I was like hungry and got lazy after eating a pizza, and I just logged into RuneScape and played RuneScape all night. But you didn't even tell me. Tell my bestie to message me sometime. Cause Woofer doesn't even text me. I hope you had fun fishing.
Another incompatibility.
No-ish.
Another failure. The results are always the same.
In the words of Wolfendiety.
Fails to adapt to the mutation. There is no time for this.
Was I in a VC for 15 hours? Wait, what do you mean?
Find another way.
That has to be. Wait, how do you? I was in a VC for 15 hours? Got my steppies in on my treadmill. Oh my god, can I come over? I want a treadmill. Can you buy me a treadmill? And you could put me on a payment plan, thanks. I'm joking, you don't have to. I want a treadmill. I wonder if 8 is Daisy. 8 has to be Daisy, guys.
Another failure. Results are always
No, I'm so proud of you, dude, though.
Compatibility?
Yeah.
I'm glad you got that in. Oh my god, we get to see each other soon. Play on and find out. I'm gonna be scared to meet you, Wolfen. That's so funny. You're all, I could have been there. I could have been there. I'd probably read the files here. Can you summarize what I just went through then real quick?
This is where we part ways. Yeah. You may forget who I am, but I will always remember you.
Oh.
Hey, we'll meet again.
So she was 7. And the other girl's 8. 7, 8. 6, 7. 7, 8, 9.
This is where we part ways. Yeah.
7, 8, 9, guys.
Who I am, but I will always remember you. We'll meet again. Someday.
Someday. That's sad. 10, 11, 12. Where do I go? Oh. Gamers don't look up. Why are you counting? Stop counting! Wolfen, do you stream today, sweetie? My baby Wolfen, my baby sweet Wolfen, my squishy puppy-sized Wolfen, do-do-do-do-do-do. My baby Wolfen, squishy Wolfen diety. So small and sweet and cute and squishable. Do-do-do-do. What are you playing? Lol, it's okay, Hope. What do you mean? It's so good. Add me, bro. Add me in Forza. I can't get enough of Forza.
Damn it.
I want to play Forza now. Fuck this game. No, I'm joking. Yeah, the seasons are out now. That's what I want to get on for. Ouch! Bite me? Bites you. Bites you. Why? I don't know. Why are we counting? No!
now?
I'm fine. Really.
Hold on. We're gonna get you better.
Oh no.
Come on. Stay with me. Got the reactor. Now it's your turn.
Yeah. Yeah, we did the reactor, so now we can heal her.
Yes! Finally! A positive result. This could be the key to saving Daisy.
But that's 8, right?
We must proceed carefully. But
Yeah, no more counting. Or else Ghosty will
have to pull the plug on
time you out.
A pity.
And you have to sit out in the
Served its purpose.
timeout corner.
Yes.
No!
Yes! Finally!
No, you're not useless, girly. All thanks to you, 8. Oh, do you think Dr. Higgins ditched this girl because well, maybe he didn't ditch her, but maybe because he only put like his faith in 8 to save Daisy.
Diana. Are these your memories?
I was useless.
No.
No. Diana, stop. Don't think like that. Think about what you want.
The ocean. I want to go with you.
No, I'm gonna cry.
Yeah, that's good. Real good. Just hang in there, and we'll go anywhere you want.
Listen. Who's this bitch?
This is the same freaking bot from earlier.
Ouch. Maris.
Damn. I can't take this thing all alone. But hell if I'm gonna leave her here.
Hey, why is my phone ringing?
Got you covered.
I feel different.
Yeah?
Something's changed.
What was she OP, guys? X deletion protocol? I don't know who's calling me. What?
Nice fight, kiddo.
Thank you.
Oh.
Not sure if you got a fix or an upgrade.
Did I do good?
Yeah. You did great.
Guys, I want kids!
Thank you. When that black stuff got on me, I just felt so sad and empty.
Sad, huh? Like you picked up on her feelings or something through all that gunk?
What if Faith feels like that all the time? But what she's doing, that's wrong.
Agree.
Yeah.
She's a little
I
bitch.
think so too. Let's go stop her.
Sorry, I can't teach my girl that word. Don, hi, sweetie, how are you? Are 100 high school kids? Neither. What's wrong with me? Oh, do I still have black filament in me, right? Oh, shit.
Yeah. We're out of
No,
here.
maybe she could fix me, though. Maris, thank you for the 100 pods. Opens nearby enemies, temporarily disables their movement, and deals heavy damage. It also cleanses dead filament and shrinks the hacking matrix to a small side. Damn. So I'm OP now, is what you're saying. I'm OP now.
Back to the shelter to regroup.
Stretches your cheeks, Maris.
Didn't see this crap when we first got here.
I can get rid of it now, Hugh.
Oh, can you? Oh, we have a new cleansing ability. How? Oh, it's a reloading thing, guys. I know, but I don't want him to hide stuff from his kid. It stretches you back, thank you. Not that she's his kid, but like, she might as well be.
All right. Back to the shelter.
Right.
Fix up Diana. I got an achievement for fixing Diana.
A new destination has been added to the tram line.
Where else do we have to go? Hello? What's at the central port? Oh, we're getting to the main part.
Once we're ready, let's head to the central port.
Wait, am I almost done the game? Yo, can you turn on the lights?
New functions
Thank you.
to the cabin system.
Adopted, yeah. Oh my god, Drake, you can adopt me or I'm gonna adopt you.
Shiny new stuff.
You could be Diana,
Central port.
and I'll be Hugh, okay?
Like there.
I'm not sure that's allowed. Is this allowed? Okay, you're right, I'm sorry. Okay, I already did that. Where is she? A.
You ever play any of those games that kids are into? Like
What?
hide and seek?
What's that?
Hide and
You hide,
seek?
Someone finds you. Rinse and repeat. I was a master at it. Not a single person could find me.
Hugh, I want to play.
All right, let's give it a shot.
She wants to play hide and seek.
Hugh, let's play hide and seek. Ready or not, here we go. I'm ready.
Hello?
Over. You found me.
What? Girl, you gonna have to do better.
Sure you wouldn't find me.
You gonna have to do better than that. The way she was just there, that feels so bad, bro. I should have pretended. Open nodes and offensive nodes generate equally. Hybrid? The hack with the booster amplifies hacking nodes. Those are cool. Hold on, what did we get here? Thrusters are good. Oh, healing slots are always good too. Thrusters? I have enough thrusters. Then we go for the mod slot. Honestly, and then the thrusters, because being able to thrust is low-key OP in this game. Alright. What else for an update? Guys, I've been building this. Should just put your hands and yell that she's hidden? Oh my god, where? Now, where could she be? What's this? New training simulation? Oh.
If you're interested.
Oh. New stamp board.
Until next, we meet.
Story time. I do story on stream.
The central port and take care.
I have a new mod. I actually think I might want to equip that hacking mod. This one, the synaptic response actually looks kind of OP. This one could be good too. While airborne. I don't know. What's good, Ghosty? What did you get? Reduced damage after the sleep by 20 seconds after. Hi, Diego. How's it going? Down or immobilized enemies. Thank you for the alert, Cassidy. Wishies. Yeah, I've definitely been infected with something. Shit. Every boss end up being the people questioning you before or up. Oh my god, true. It has to be after. They're the people. Increase hacking node duration. Wait, that actually might be better. I think I want that one. That's fair. But I'm OP, Ghosty. You forgot I'm OP. Central port? Oh, Keys. I like you. I like you a whole latte. Just after lunch. Ooh. And while watching you, what was for lunch today? What was for lunch? I kind of want lunch now. Feed me your lunch. Please apply your lunch down my throat.
You ready to do this?
Leon, how's it going? Thank you for I hope you're gonna come work out with me. Not today. I can't do it today. I want to. That's in like that's like soon. That's in like an hour, isn't it?
Pragmata or not, doesn't mean she'll listen to what you've got to say.
No, I want to. I promise I do. Shoves lunch in Hope's throat. Thank you.
We'll see what we can do.
No, I'm sorry. I want to though. I just wish it was a different time, but I'm not gonna make you change time on mine. Wait, which one are you again? Are you Power Saturday or are you Intense Workout? You're super. Oh yeah, you're super. Okay, yeah. Oh my god, that's 1 p.m. my time. That'd be in half an hour. I'm allowed to still look good. Sometimes it pays to look cool, Noel. Maybe I should figure out a time to like come to Super Saturday. And stream early one day. Or throw me up. I know I joked about that collab, but what if? What if collab workout with Soaring Fitness and I get my entire stream to work out with us? So I was like adjusting my mic while I was talking. You're doing what? I'm pranking. And just stream with us? I could. It's not a bad idea. I keep saying I do want to. I might just like work out to like one of the VODs.
Damn right. Let's move.
Or because I go to both the Tuesday and the Thursday ones. I kind of know the stuff to do by now, but I've been wanting to put in a third day for myself. People do it? Wait, really? Then the regulation, then a regurgitate. Wait, what? At what point does AI? Hi Zoe, by the way, I hope you're doing well. I become more like us than like a regurgitate. Whoa, I don't know. But you know what's an interesting AI I like watching is I don't know her. I keep forgetting her name, but it's from like Neurosama or Nero. It's an AI VTuber, but this guy like programmed her himself. Like he didn't use any LLMs. He didn't use any he didn't outsource it at all. He just like sat in his fucking basement. AI Jesus VTuber. Praying on I'm not sleep sucks. I'm putting you to bed immediately. No, I had rice beans and some steak and salad. Oh, salad sounds good. I'm being knocked back. Searing, I hope the workout goes well. Vidal, thank you. I really like watching them because it's like AI used in the right way, if that makes sense. Because bro is not destroying the environment for stuff. It's his own computer setup. Yeah. It's interesting. And it's 2:30 a.m. What are Tabatas? I'm looking that up right now. Tabatas workout. No gym, full body workout featuring 5 minutes of Tabata, 4-minute intense, 4-minute fat per. Oh, is this Tabatas for beginner?
Welcome to Tabata. Here we go in 5, 4, 3.
Hold on. Is this it, Searing? What is it? Push-ups, jumping jacks, heel touches, uneven planks, simple squats, mountain climbers, lunges, standing ab twists. Is it just like a constant workout thing? Oh, it's a change?
3, 2, 1, go!
Workout hard for 20 seconds, rest for 10 seconds, complete 8 rounds. Wait, I want to do that. I want to do this. Oh, 10 seconds of rest. Agree, keys. Wait, I want to try Tabatas. Would you ever put Tabatas in a regular? Oh, probably not, honestly. We saw harder for. Oh my god. No kissies! I don't like kissies. That's romantical stuff. It's just Jenny that can have 0 random into the code for fun. Yeah, Just watch the VOD? Okay. What if I do the VOD? What if I follow along with the VOD? Guy, I'm gonna do my own workout and follow along with the VOD and then see how I die. Dude, Diego, do you go to soaring or do you know about soaring? I just recently started to go to soaring and it's been really like helpful, like learning things. I've learned more things about the body in like a couple of months than I have my entire lifetime because of like literally soaring fitness and everything. Wait, you know what? Wait, actually, hold on. Made us art from the old gym. Do you? Wait, actually, Searing, I actually have a question about working out. I keep forgetting to ask you. So now I'm gonna ask for your advice on stream. I have yet to get a workout mat, so this is probably half the problem. I work out on hard floor. I don't ask how I do it. It hurts. So I'm having this trouble when it comes to doing front stuff when we're on our tummies, like when it comes to anything putting pressure on my hands, like push-ups or the other thing we did this week before the push-ups, like the donkey kicks or whatever. My wrists for some reason start like hurting a bit. And normally I'm okay and I can push through some pain, but I think I have like weak wrists or some shit like that. I think it's my wrists. Cause when I try to do like a push-up, like I'll try to do it right now. Like the way my hands are placed, where my thumb meets the wrist area, that part is like weak or it gets like rough. I don't know what that is. If I have arthritis, I have arthritis. GG's. But or it could be just I need to build up strength over time. I don't know if you have any insight. I just want I don't know what I'm looking for. If you have any insight, I'm glad to listen. Hi, Straight Fox. How are you?
Doesn't matter.
I love Foxies. Yes, Maxwell, I will. It's nice outside, Zavi, actually. Just to see, I don't know, I love them. They're so amazing and sweet. Yeah, you should all totally follow Soaring. Wow. Searing. I focus on pressing the fingers hard into ground, not just the heel of the wrist. Maybe that's my issue, is I'm leaning too into my wrists on it. I should order a workout. Chat, remind me to order a workout mat after stream, okay? Peace and thank you. As the gods and or as you have to say to wish from the super dragon in Dragon Ball Z. Like the bigger even the universe dragon. Yeah, peace. But is it restricted so it keeps get better? Hell yeah. I appreciate it because like I've just been noticing and it's hindering my push-ups and I'm like, come on, like I could do better, and I get mad at myself. On your throne or something? I could. Guys, what's a workout mat that I could put on my throne? Ghosty, you're here. Find me a workout mat. My weather in West Germany is hot. I think it's cool. I'm gonna be real. I'm such a homebody. I barely go outside. I should probably. Yeah, don't count on 8 here. Yeah, fight that bit. Wait, Alex, I missed your message when you came in. I'm so sorry. You came in, Alex. I completely... What did you type in? I was gonna be like, see, you've got a little something growing on your back there. Yeah. Oh, yeah. It's my child, Alex. Anyway, gotta go. Bye. Thank you, Searing.
I mean, I knew you
Hello.
would.
Check out Searing.
You've come.
They're really sweet and nice. Straight Fox, nice to meet you. I hate balmy spring weather. Weather in California is warm. Oh, you live in California? That's West End, right? That's a west. It gets really hot on the west side, I think.
Don't hold back.
Got it.
Alex, you could be a workout mat. I used to have a yoga ball, but I don't want to bring it across country.
Deletion protocol initiate.
Bro, that alt is OP. That alt is crazy.
Let's get to the orbital elevator.
Guys, I think we're almost done this game. I think I actually finished it this stream.
So 8 is planning to send dead filament to Earth as shuttle cargo.
She's trying to use the transport?
Yeah. And if she succeeds, we're out of a ride.
Alex, come back. Alex.
It's infected with dead filament.
This crap again.
I need to chase it. When bots corrupted are hit with cleanse, all corrupted nodes disappear. Oh, so you have to cleanse them with holding E? No, I'm ignoring you. Not allowed. Not allowed. Remember, not exactly Fox. Straight Fox. Where are you? Oh, I overheated them. Oh, that's nice. Call me Leslie. I think Leslie's a cute name. Percival, which one? Leslie or Percival, like either one? I think Leslie's a cute name. Whichever's cuter. Damn, they're both cute. Damn, he's got me there, chat. Or she. Shit, I don't know your pronouns. Or they. Kudro! I'm a guy? Okay, W.
Watch out for that stuff.
Kudro, how are you? I don't use pronouns. Well, everybody kind of has pronouns in a way. Yeah, I work out with him. Like, when you're talking about someone, you go, basic English grammar uses pronouns.
We need to cleanse them.
Use names, no pronouns needed. True. I mean, you could take, yeah, if you said I and shit like that. No. Be nice, friends. Be nice. Be nice.
Take this.
I would just, it's just. I have yet to meet somebody who doesn't use pronouns. Because anytime you say the word I, you're using a pronoun. Anytime you say the word you, you're using a pronoun. Anytime you say the word, you know, stuff like that. I'm getting Pragmata. What is that? Wait, how did you do that? On your keyboard? How did you do that to your keyboard? How did you do that to your keyboard, Zavi? Oh, I love 7TV. Oh, you're thinking about getting it's really fun. It's my personal like game of the year contender. I'm not ready to call it my like actual game of the year. I still need to see like I need to like put it up against my other games that I really enjoyed, but
Coming right for us.
Let me close this, you. That bright yellow thing is its core. Quick, shoot it. Orbit corruption.
One broken core coming up. All right. That's one core
oh,
down.
so it cleanses. So this guy has a core that you need to destroy first.
Move, you.
La core. Ooh.
I got him. We did it.
Guys, it's just a free to win game. I play Roblox a lot. I didn't actually even know there was AI in Roblox, but you know what, at this point I would not be surprised. But I've been liking a lot of the I play a lot of the freaking simulator games. They have a volleyball one out that like actually kind of goes hard a little bit.
Much more. If we are to cause a global chain reaction.
Global chain reaction?
I've not seen anything shady in Roblox. Lately, I've been enjoying a lot of Queso's content when he plays Roblox.
Nearly enough. I'll need more. Much more. If we are to...
She's using dead filament to destroy the Earth.
He wants to destroy the Earth. Can you imagine if we never showed up here? And then just this AI just destroys the Earth?
Designated Ingram is at 70%.
I've been playing a lot. You're not allowed to anymore, Zavi. Mods! What's up? What? What?
Look!
That black stuff. That's all dead filament?
It must have come in from all over the cradle.
That much crap ever reaches Earth.
Oh, shit.
Hey,
You still up for this?
you'll be there too?
You bet. So we made it. But it's not a straight shot to the orbital elevator, is it?
Looks like we'll have to go through that building.
You see a mead? Do you like mead? That's so good. I love what you mods. But wait, how do you know me? That's so cool. Meet's one of my besties. Oh shit! Say word. Yeah, he's right now. Oh, training data. Yeah, let's go.
Wait to try that in training.
Yeah, new red key. Let's go. All right. Let's refresh our health. What's your favorite Roblox game? Pilot flight training simulator. What is that fun? That's so good. What if I go Diego? It doesn't have the same effect. I was trying. All right. I'm gonna go crazy on leveling up my hacking. I'm glad you like when I do that. Yeah, why not? Why not complete the whole package on the right side? Auto hacking, I can slowly level up. I haven't really... You know what? I keep forgetting I can auto hack. I spent so much upgrades in auto hacking that I've forgotten that I can do it. Thank you for the hand pads. I adore you. You're gonna get to E10. Okay. If someone's played this, Ghosty, if you're around, let me know. But it's okay if you're not around. Hope the furry that misspells words. I'm about to... What's up? Will you let me know when I'm at, like, the final thing? Like, you know the point of no return? Obviously, it's not your fault, like, if you can't keep an eye out. But will it, like, warn me? Before the final fight, I guess. I'll let you know. You can continue saves after beating the game too. Okay, okay. That's it. More cabin coins? I'm asking a friend who's been obsessing over the game. About what? What did you want? Oh, just to warn me, because then I want to do like the training stuff to get like stronger. Or completion of... Oh, maybe. I just want to see if I'll have enough time for it. It's pretty obvious when you're at the end. Go back with your... Okay. Or not the trainings, but I wanted to make sure I get all the collectibles for Deanna. Oh my god. They all have dead filament, bro. Wait.
What do you call ice cream for equine? A horsicle.
Right on.
Why does that look... Miss Cyrus! You're so mean to me! I'm teasing. There is so much shitty purple stuff. I miss you, Cyrus. Oh my god, it looks terrifying. I would do a post game if you're looking to get stronger. If you could do that, that's fair. But high fire, ow, ow. I wanted to get Diana's like playroom set up. Bro, this guy is sweaty. What do you call it? Ice cream for Nick Quinn? A horsicle? You're so funny. You do all of that post game? No, Ghosty. Okay, Ghosty, never mind. I'm sorry for yelling at you.
I'm just breaking it up.
Oh, we gotta go? Thank you. Okay, let's go back, reprint some weapons, and then Zeldy, I love you. I hope you're doing well. You're so silly. Some stuff don't open up until post game. I'm deleting. If you want me to be blunt, no, I want you to give me a blunt. There's a difference, Ghosty. Do I even want hybrid mode? What is this? I like combust mode a lot. I've been addicted to bust. I'm addicted to busting. I can't stop busting. I should like damage up at least all these weapons. We'll go back in. Yeah, thank you, schmost. Okay, let's print some weapons. Shockwave gun, because I'm absolutely in love with the shockwave one. Is the best gun in the game, and I don't think anybody could tell me something different. Truly, 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 truly. I'm a fan of your avatar. Get it? Ha! Something different. Glorp slam. Sorry, I shouldn't be so loud. I don't even know if Andy's sleeping or not. Guys, I'm sorry. Glug 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 do 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 do. Fan and fan, yeah, I get it. Ha! You're so funny, Maxwell. You get chatter of the day. I'm joking. I love you. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to sound sarcastic. I'm sorry. Please love me. Some grapefruits, you. Yeah, use this red key. Send me in, coach. Send me in, coach, for the good ass materials. Oh, you're so sweet to me. You're so cute. Oh, this is gonna. I know this is gonna have some bullshit.
Be careful. Clinching the enemy.
This girl have some horse shit. Oh, sorry. You told me to dump. That's my fault. Do you think, guys, do you think I could make Twitch partner before GTA 6? I really hope so. No! Help me. Andy, hi. Oh my god, Andy, what is that face? I think, chat, tell Andy I'm behaving myself, right? Andy, I just want to let you know, we didn't talk, we didn't cross paths at all yesterday. I went to bed, I was like, holy shit, I didn't say a single word to Andy yesterday, and it was just really weird for me. I just want to let you so hello, I hope you had a good yesterday. I'm a bad boy. More copies of the wait. I can't wait for the video game marketing crowd. GTA 6 doesn't sell more copies. Wait, is GTA, wait, is that good or bad? Do we want GTA to sell more copies than the Bible or no? TBH, I wouldn't mind, that's fair. I sleep like a log. W. You might be like me then, Andy. I'm pretty, like, when I'm out, I'm out. I prefer to say so. You right. We didn't talk. Yeah, I was like, holy shit. Like, I don't think I said hi to you like when I came down to make my pizza. I was so locked in on needing to get to a virality thing, and then I was like, I don't know. It was. I'm not mad or anything. I was just like, oh my god, I need to say hi to Andy tomorrow. You were locked up. I was. Depending on the release price, no. Okay. Pizza was more of noise. Can you imagine? No. Guys, you should follow Andy. If I have a mod, make sure to follow Andy. Andy is like one of my biggest support systems and my roommate and bestie. My bestie roommate. Pragmata. Pony boy, how are you? Wow, this is it. I've been decreed to unfollow Hope, following Andy and said no. Follow both of you, yeah. Andy does great stuff. You should check out Andy. Guys, if you have either Sonic Rumble or Sonic Racing, he usually plays with the community with those. Sometimes he's doing challenge runs though. So don't fucking bother him when he's doing. No, I'm joking. Can you imagine? But
it's kind of hot.
You're hot. Thank you, Silence, by the way, for looking into it. I still like to have hope for those individuals, if that makes sense. Silent. Or like, yeah, micro number. Is this me in the room getting hotter? It's cause it's just you. Cause you a hot bitch. You a hot bitch. Where do I want to go? What was the other way for? I'll go this way, I guess, but I wonder if...
Oh man, look at all this stuff.
Whoa.
Don't worry.
There's a sketchy wall over there. How are you? Are you surviving, Pony Boy? Did you hear my new hyperpop beat? Or digicore, or whatever you want to call it. Why is fuck ass such a naughty word?
I don't know what this is, but it's kind of hot.
Then, oh my god, it's so good. No, you're fine. You're fine. I just don't know why. Are we dead ass? Fuck ass? Are we dead ass? Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm saying. What are you doing? Are you still working where you were before? that I know you as? Or did you pick up something new, or?
My bad, Diana.
My bad, Diana, for stepping in the goopy stuff that makes you depressed. Is this stutter who's cool and kind of makes you get really into so part of by just being there and being silly? Yeah, that's such a real thing. Everyone being here is just amazing, and I love it so much. I wouldn't be the same or be here without you guys, so that's pretty cool. Pretty dope when you have friends like that, you know? That's fact. That's straight facts. Are we gas? Are we bitch ass? Are we hard? Hang in there though, pony boy. I wanna see more music from you. Oh my god. There. No, you ruined my flow state. Ty dog, it gives a hopefully you shop back. Are you sick, sweetie? Absolutely. I could give you the shop vac au naturel, which is my mouth, or I could just use an actual shop vac if you need that extra strength pull, the extra strength tug. Andy, what are you up to today? What are you getting into today? Ah, yes. Do you stream today, or are you just chilling? Increase weapon and hacking damage, but reduces. Wait, I kind of want the cursed. High risk, high reward. Yeah, please tell me somebody ran cursed in this, because I think that might be really fun to do. No stream. Oh, okay. See you stream tomorrow then. I'm back. Go see. I got the cursed mod, or or whatever to put on me. I want to wear it. Nothing at the moment? Hell yeah, that's fair, that's fair. Try dog, try dog, try dog, try dog, try dog. I can't believe try dog is security. Do 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 do. Crazy, it just feels like it just happened. What do you mean it feels like it just happened? Remember the old in Civilization 1, if Genghis Khan got negative peace, not Genghis Khan, sorry, when Gandhi got negative peace, he turned into a war mongrel who just used nukes on everything. Okay. Now we can back travel really quickly to restore our everything. Oh, oops, that's the wrong button. Dude, was Genghis Khan a chill guy or not really? Look when Dracula was flipping bricks from Mansa Musa. Dracula was real? Not really. her. He was pretty chill. It was pretty chill, Alex.
The replicator was broken. We gotta fix it.
Oh.
It's so.
No, you're talking about the infamous war general?
Just.
Oh. I wish I was the one.
Is this
Oh.
princess?
No, it's me wearing pretty clothes.
I was gonna say like something crazy.
And I wanted to get.
But now my daughter gave me this pretty picture and I don't want to say it anymore.
Maybe there's something in stock.
He's Sir Wonderful Rampage, right? Yeah, Dracula! That pussy better stank, else I don't want it. Drone reserves up. Wait, I have an insane build in my head. Ammo capacity though? Ugh. Just print me constant shotguns, bro. Andy disliked that. Andy disliked that. Pussy balder than Howie Mandel. These motherfuckers stop, guy. You just said that in front. No, Kenji. Do you think so? I'm addicted to the shotgun. These motherfuckers talking a lot of shit till I pull up with the Glock. You guys are what? Are we the next Dracula Flow, guys? I want Cursed so bad. Where is Cursed? I need to see it. I just need to see how, like, if I can survive with it. Dracula, flow these nuts in your mouth. Got it. I need to kill. I need to kill. Is this how Dracula Flow got famous? He got a 6-7 with his friend just filming him saying weird shit close up to his face.
So that's how it's moving everything around so fast. We don't have much time.
Watch out for that stuff. That walker's gonna burst. Yay! Look out! Wow!
Oh my god, my health is so reduced, bro. Cursed actually rips your health apart. Holy.
Back off. Take this.
That's how I know I'm saying, damn it, I haven't know you. I guess these nuts are in my mouth. Oh my god, that's so funny.
Got it.
Shortcut. Good? What does that mean? Hey, chat, what do you mean by that? Someone needs to send me the video of the guy pulling up beside the dog who's in the driver's seat. And he goes, yo, where'd you learn how to drive? And then the dog barks at him. And he goes, what? Enemy heat? Oh, okay. I need that one too. Where am I going? Wait. Guys, I think I'm lost. I hope the aliens are real, so I have more things to fuck. It's crazy. Wait, I'm lost. I'm lost. Am I lost though? I went down here, bought everything here.
Here it comes! Look out!
I have to fight these guys again? Yeah, thank you for helping out, Silence. I'll see you later, sweetheart. I hope you have a good day. Oh, balls.
Yes, it's on now. Take this. Step off.
I can't believe I lost where to go. Hack, bitch. So I killed these people and there was nowhere to go here. Right?
That walker's gonna burst!
What walker? Uh. Red Joker. Oh my god, Red Joker. Hey dude, it's been a minute. How have you been? The day Alice comes to chop you is fat. Oh, 100%. I'm so fucked. I'm gonna accidentally do that one day in front of Alex and he's gonna like he's just gonna lose his mind on me. Maybe. Look, I've been doing a Whole30 diet. I've been dieting too. It's so hard. Ghosty! Ghosty! I need to summon Ghosty. Ghosty, 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 ghost. Ghosty ga, ghosty gaggity gaggity ga. I'm lost! Let me refresh my shit, but I'm lost, Ghosty. I felt drained yesterday. No! How are you lost? I don't know.
I'm gonna go play.
I got lost at the central port. Oh, I'm lost. I don't know how linear. How have you? I've been good. I've been good. I've been happy. I went that way. I found nothing there. That door doesn't open. Do I go up here then? But I didn't find anything up there. I went through, but I did the thing over there. And then what else am I supposed to do on this side? Did I miss something? Hold on. Gamers do. Huh? Where is he? A game, please stop background noising. I'm gonna lose my mind. Do you guys hear them? What does that mean, Noel? Hi, Tiberius.
Transcode, Mega Man.
All right, so where we're going? Gamers don't look up, so you said it's not over there. So what did I get wrong over here? I swear I did everything up here.
My bad, Diana.
Yeah, I did. That's the red room. I fought the enemies on this side, but they're gonna all respawn again. What do you mean? This shortcut door? Oh. To the glass room? No, I don't have that door. This door over there, I don't have. But I did. But I did this area twice. This is the third time I'm doing this area. I couldn't find a thing to activate in the last room. I'm slamming too. Alex, I have a favor for you. Wait, did you see the do you see the unban request, Alex?
Here it comes! Look out! Move, you! We need to cleanse them! Charging cleanse!
This isn't the area. I already did this area 3 times now, though. I hate this game so much. I hate this. I truly hate this game. It's not game of the year, guys. It's ass. It's not game of the year. I'm gonna be that gamer that rages. Also, Cursed is rough to run.
Wanna check your gear?
Yeah, and I did that. I did. You're not understanding. I did all of that. Why not go up? What do you mean go up? I have an extra chip? Pouts! I'm gonna show you an optional area. Do I hi Snova the Snowf? I'm so sorry. I'm okay. I love you. I hope you're doing well. Not interested in your DLC, but go. I'm stealing that line. That's the funniest thing I've heard all day. Holy shit. Please be there. Please be there. Oh no, can I not take them to... No, I can't take them. Guys, I had somebody to take to chat court. I had somebody to take to chat court, guys. That's why I wanted Alex to look at the unban request thingy. Okay, I did this thing. So I come down here, you're saying. This had a whole area? I'm gonna lose my mind. And Jerry added, kinda. I just found the request. Wait, did you? Gamers don't look up. Usually, yeah, you're right. Well lit points. I'm gonna. Do you guys want to see? Do you guys want to see what somebody did? Requested as a unban. Hell yeah! Do you guys want to see? I tried giving a chance. I did. I want to just be so real with you. You know me. Lock in, chat. Okay, here's your thing. I got sketchy vibes from this person because I said, oh sorry, I don't like are you like, should I say he or she? And they're like, I don't use pronouns, I'm a guy. And I'm like, okay, but we all kind of have pronouns when referring to somebody, right? Or referring to yourself, or referring to yourself, right? Like you can't just choose not to use pronouns because it's in the English dictionary. It's in the, and the name is they until proving otherwise. Yeah. So this is his guys. Let me know if he's a ban. Yeah. Well, that's what I said. When you use pronouns, if you use I or me or they or you, like anything like that. Guardian, do you think he deserves a chance or no? No, I'm joking. Do you know him from other places? The second, you banned me for being normal. Screw you. No one uses pronouns as a form of entitlement. I want to just be completely real. No one... I think that might be a statement here. That might be true. I'm not looking for entitlement for pronouns. I'm just looking how to like respectfully refer to you as. I don't think anybody's looking for entitlement when they ask somebody to say, hey, do you mind, you know, using he or they or whatever? Yeah, that's what I saw too, Guardian. I asked one of my mods to look into it. Pronouns are a sickness and I never used them growing up. I don't know how you passed elementary school because you needed to learn I, you, he, she, they, them. Yeah, exactly. It's just to be considerate. I wasn't a threat, screw you. I exactly. Chat, does he get an unban or a ban? Press 1 in the chat if he gets unbanned. Press 2 in the chat if he stays banned. 2? Okay. 2. Okay. 1, Alex is great. Alex just wants the unban so he can fuck with him more. That's all that Alex wants is more time to fuck with him. I'm always skeptical. I understand, Kiji. I understand. They're so for real for that though, right? That's a based reason. Alright. As per Alex's request, he can fuck with them more. No, I'm joking. Let name back your name. Don't use pronouns, so we have to refer. Yeah, exactly. Well, that's the thing. I can't even say you to them anymore if they don't use pronouns. If you don't use pronouns, I literally can't say you to that person. Yeah, Alex, glorp slam. Alex never gets to play with the toys. I miss how happy, but I got the clips. So yeah, I was, and I genuinely, I want to be so real with you. I'm like the first person to give somebody a chance. I did send a mod to look into their like Twitter though, because I was like just in case. But I was like, you know what? Maybe I could talk to them, and maybe they could understand a little bit better. But I think the moment you drop like the pronouns as a sickness thing, it's kind of rough. Yeah. He knew exactly what he got banned for too. I did, Ghosty. I shot my grenade launcher at it. Yeah, I think that's the important thing too. I always feel bad because I'm like, oh damn, like maybe they could have been like a nice friend or whatever, but you guys are so right on the whole like not worth the time. Gaby! I love this game. I love this game, Kinji. I think it's one of my contenders for game of the year because it introduces a really cool concept, like the whole hacking feature into this game. Who is that? Is that Gaby? Hubba Bubba? You're a dork. Hi, Gaby. How are you, honey? It's good to see you.
Right on. Take this.
Oh, that's the... It takes 0 effort to be kind. Real. Real. It takes freaking 2 seconds. It takes 0 effort and 2 seconds to just be. Yeah. That's tough. That's tough. I don't know, because I really like Requiem. For me, I really liked Requiem, so I'm fucked up a little bit with that question. Highlighted words? Okay. Alex, to butt prison with you. I'm joking. Or am I? Wait, I did it. I did what you guys wanted me to. Yippee! Guys, this is not gonna be another roller coaster stream. Don't send me more roller coaster videos to share with you guys.
This door is locked too.
Let me guess. More terminals?
You want to go back to the center?
Oh, is there? Glorp slam ghosty when I have to read the lore of the game.
Hey there, Hugh.
Hey there. You remember? ADHD again doesn't pick my interest. That's fair. When I watch it, oh, it's not as bad. I can't be real. Like, obviously, like, be comfortable with what you like doing or whatever. Like, you don't have to play the game. But I thought the same thing. I thought I was actually intimidated by the amount of functions in the game. The first hour you play it, it's actually, it gets so much easier. Because you just start adapting. The human body starts adapting, bro. The hacking is fun. I was scared of the hacking. I want to be so real. I was 100% scared of the hacking, but I actually got used to it slowly over time. And I was like, wait, I'm good at this. I'm like, kinda. But you get mods to help you hack. You get mods to help you hack, which is pretty dope. Not forcing you to play. Not forcing you to play, though. Mods! Didn't know Alex had a new job? Yeah, it's my giant fat cock. I'm so sorry.
My bad, Diana.
My bad, Diana. Sorry for walking in all the blue shit again, Diana. There's so many of them! I have a plan. Now my crit is gonna travel. Oh, this would be actually if I had the code gen. I agree with you. Just seeing all these enemies. Oh, I didn't even see you, bro. Hi, Fluffy Evie. How are you, sweetie? I do have the oops. I have the one when I crit strike. It does damage to everybody around me. Oh, the wrong weapon I held. Yahoo! No, an ad break? That's bull. All my homies hate ad breaks. I hope you're doing the hack so fast. Do you like it? Wow. Youch. I like the kitty. Someone check her PC. Yo. Hey, she's hacking IRL too. Photon laser, please. There we go. I'm just on it headed. No! Andy takes a hammer to my PC. Press the power button, that'd be intense. No, I'd be so sad. 100 gift subs, guys. To both me and Andy just rips my power cable out and runs. What is this? Oh, it's a storage expander. W. I could have just implied. That'd be so evil. Just rips it, yanks it. Yank the whole router too.
My bad, Diana.
I do wish I could what's in here? Is that where I came from down there? I think so. I think I could either choose to go up. Was it up? I think I've been here. I've been here. You're like, no! Yeah, just screaming, no! The internet problems was Andy all along. Hey, you know, the economy sucks. I wouldn't blame you for faking internet outages to get the company to like refund some of your money, Andy. Nudge.
This one's locked too.
There should be some terminals nearby. One down. Splitting the hat.
Who Marky, I added you back on Steam, by the way. I realized who you were.
That makes 2.
And 3 more hiding somewhere.
Getting close.
Hello, I can't open this. I said Chrono was done and fine on his way home. Yeah, are you excited? I think so. But I don't want to like force you. I wish there was a demo you could play because like actually there might be. But like my thing was I was worried about being able to keep up with everything going on in this game. But it feels like Dark Souls. Like the more you do it, the more you get good at it. Wow. I think the demo is PS5 only. Oh, sobs. Like I'm like end game-ish. I'll say. I feel like I'm end game-ish. So like I've had like the entire game to practice, and also you can help build yourself if you're like actually worried about being able to like hack good. Or if you can fight. Like I wasn't this good the whole game. Yo, last chapter, yeah, Pixel, what are those eyes for, baby boo?
Here it comes! Look out!
My cat would have fried chicken. Yeah. Also attic when you have fried chicken, SS. Yeah, we are. I saw Hope, so clearly I got high as a result. Yeah. Oh. That's awkward. There was a whole... Never mind. We'll forget that. Lemon mustard. Oh, stop. You're gonna make me so hungry. I had breakfast too. Why is my shit not working? Beer bag. No! I'm surprised I didn't notice that either. I had breakfast though already. I had breakfast like at about 3.5 hours ago. Nom Ghosty, please eat him, Bixel.
This black stuff is all that's left.
Did the dead filament eat them?
No, I need myself.
Hey, Diana, think you can cleanse infected humans?
Oh shit.
No. Once their cells get eaten away, they're gone for good.
I see. There's nothing you can do.
Stinky alien? What does this mean? I got a text. What is this? Yeah. It's not me, it's a free Doge, hi! What the hell? What the hell? What the hell is this piece of shit? Hi Dojies, how are you? My baloney had a first name, it's D-O-G-E. Her death was not cured by illness. It was Daisy. This is clearly corporate murder. It's going well.
So Delphi.
It's going well. We've had a good day so far, actually.
Disgusting.
But I'm hungry. So you better be careful how close you get to me. Because I might mistake you for food. It's valid.
Yeah, let's do this. Take this.
Yes, Andy is the closest proximity. That's the true reason why we didn't run into each other yesterday, is Andy was like, my god, Hope just smoked weed. She's ravenous now. If I'm not careful, she'll eat me.
It's gotta be close.
Yep. Let's wrap this
I am friend-shaped, not food-shaped. Oh. Arguably, is friend-shaped equals food-shaped, or not really? I pay the bills? That's true, that's true. Wait, if I actually ate you, I'd be screwed. Because then the entire rent and everything would go on me. Oh shit, damn it, foiled again. I'll get you next time, Gadget. What's in here? Can I break this? It's just annoying and in the way. Wait. Oh yeah. Maybe just eat one leg. They expect on the if you didn't catch that. Which daughter? Daisy 8 or my girl? Or I'm pretty sure Daisy is 8. Or did I get that? I don't know yet. The real one. Wait, where am I going? There's only one daughter. This girl. Oh, they're all based on Daisy. Daisy. Oh, Daisy is not Diana. Diana is not Daisy. Hey, where'd you learn? I need to stop that as my vocal stem. I don't want that to be my vocal stem, guys. Hey, where'd you learn how to talk? What? So that means all of the things are in this room.
That was 3.
Good. Now onward.
One more to go.
Got it. You sure the last one's in here?
Yeah, I'm picking up the signal nearby.
You're going there.
But 8 can condense it so she was more powerful to provide the cure for Daisy. Oh, by making the therapy a fucking lot of fucking they could run the true experiments, and they needed the like they wanted to actually have the filament because they needed the filament to fix Daisy.
Another one?
I can't wait to see what it is.
Hello? I'm dysfunctional at jumping.
We did it!
Yeah. Took more time than I'd like, though.
Papa. A world peace.
Designated payload is at 80%.
This one.
I've got your back.
Oh no, something naughty exists this way.
Time for this.
Oh shit, do they also open up
John, take this.
when I eat them? I think they do. Oh, sorry. Let's spend the photon laser at least. Ah, question mark ping?
Right on. Leave the shooting to me.
Be careful. That's it over.
GG easy. Send in something harder. Oh my god.
Break it, Sheik. That walker's gonna hurt. Deletion protocol. Initiate.
Delete. Yeah. Yeah. Winner, winner. Oh. Oh, he's hacked too. I didn't even see. Yo, I am really bad at looking up today. WWA.
Okay, ship
Now we're good.
Head back.
How do I open this? Gamers don't look up. It's true. I even had that issue earlier. Have you tried Forza yet? Dojis?
What training sims did we get?
You just got home? Were you working or were you hanging out and stuff? Oh, you had to work on a Saturday? That makes me sad. What did Bixel send me? Wiggly cats? But you make really pretty cards, girl. We share weekends actually. Do we actually? Oh my god. I could never decide what's the most optimal weekend for a streamer. Yeah, it's Max. Oh, hey, Diana, where are you? I got something for you. Where's my child?
Not missing any color?
Nope.
Glad to hear it. Yeah.
Green! Oh my god, how do you know that's how I like it when you dance? Greens! Friends! Check out Breen. She's very nice and cute and squishy.
Don't get it. Why would you build something so fragile?
Greenland. I'm having a good Saturday. Yes, W Saturdays, guys. I'm having a crazy good Saturday too.
Oh, you have quite the eye organ. An impeccable choice. Satisfaction level maximum. Glad we could be of
Why doesn't it have motorbikes? I don't know. Maybe you're not allowed to race motorbikes. Does that break it? Don't go breaking my heart. I couldn't if I tried. Don't go farting my car and but baby, I do it for you, Greenland. Ori, what? You're pretty. That's why night after night I'll be fucking you right. Wait, what is that song again, Marky? I feel like I know that song. Is it a song even? Oh. Uxia, hi. Oh, it's back to this bitch who had a lot to say about me in the press. These things are cool, right? Did you finish this game? Yeah, I loved it. Pragmata. Oh my god. Oh my god. He almost swiped on me. Hi, Monty. I love you so much. How are you? I miss you so much, Monty.
What the heck's it trying to pull? This thing controls dead filament now too?
Watch out for that stuff! Gun down! I'll close it! It's still on cooldown!
And they see, you know, you're bad, baby, but if I have a mod, can you give a shout out to Monty? Monty is best buppy. Wag, 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 bites, eats, wag, wag. Oh, thank you, Ghosty. Did the cleanup not work? I swear it didn't work. Yeah, ouch. GG easy. GG easy. WP. WP. I sent him back to lobby. Big blast. This guy's a chump. Yeah, true. Real chump energy.
So this is the Luna filament lab.
Is not available for communication. I made him Alta 4. Oh, I feel so good.
I don't think he liked getting involved with others.
Guy went into all chat and said healer diff. Real.
This is the most advanced research lab in the entire cradle. Higgins was probably
Jarvis instalock.
Was with him too.
Jarvis instalock DPS and type needs second tank.
More than I expected.
My sweet Daisy.
Speaking of, dinosaur hero and Marvel Rivals is so fun. Best tank.
It was premature. Again and again. I was a fool to trust them. And now these guys switch.
So that's how his daughter died.
I'm
Of all dinos? Yes. Oh no. No, he's just sad. Whoa, whoa.
Cause of death. Cardiac arrest from acute exposure to dead filament. Memory capture complete, Dr. Higgins.
Delta Muffin, no, I want to eat so bad. Give me.
Dead filament, huh? Clock's ticking. Okay. Back to work, kiddo.
Rawr. Rare. He left his work to 8? Well, that can't be a good fucking decision. But what? Why didn't he care about this girl here? Diana.
It was premature. Again and again.
Your fridge is mine. Oh. Oh my god, what am I eating for dinner tonight? I think I've done all my meals. I might be comfy meal night and do like, oh, I think I have cheese. I might do a grilled cheese.
All right, let's go.
Grilled cheese and soup sounds good. No, I don't have craft dinner. I don't have 6-7. Gonna eat Monty. Why don't you fill me up, boop, 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 Monty Bark, baby, don't you let me down. Old chicken? No, but that's so funny that you said that. I ate all my chicken. Well, no worries. I get some ramen and adding some catfish nuggets. What are catfish nuggets? Do they invite you out and say who they're not? Who they aren't? You aren't, yeah? That was truly a sentence and shoves you up my asshole, Doge. They're just pieces of catfish in nugget shape. Oh, that's cute. Oh no, I think I used something different. Oh, maybe not. I don't know. I don't remember. Cat is fish shape. Fish is cat shape. What the? Excuse me? Ta-da? I'm hearing a ta-da, fellas. Fellas! Is it gay to... Oh, thank you, Sly. I got it for having the special edition. Socks the Wolf. Thanks to Socks the Wolf for this game. Me with a magic show today? Do you hear him? Yeah? Found him. I haven't been here yet. I'm fellas. Fellas! That's me! I'm this fellas person she's mentioning. Eat all of my ass? I ran into the stasis mine. Are we? Are you here with me right now? I'm too good, Ghosty, though. I'm so good. It's so the fun for everyone else just to be easy. Wait, what am I doing? Wait, what did I do? I don't realize what I did. Good or bad? Bad or good? Oh. Why would he call you that? Did you like it or hate it? I liked it, but I don't like. Oh, so fuck him. I'm hurrying, babe. Dad-based mood, honestly, yeah. Destroys your dad. Yeah. Yow. They called me Bud Buddy, then they named a dog that, and I no longer respond to it. Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's a very fair, not wanting to respond to that anymore.
Take this!
What?
Leave the shooting to me.
Yeah. Gee. Why is this lockdown? But now people could call you Yushi, and honestly, Yushi is just such a fun name to say. W name. It was that oh, I thought that was a spider.
Getting close. Arms incoming. And there's his force.
I'll take care of it.
You. That walker's gonna hurt. I'll touch it.
This?
You're going down.
Okay, you're dead. And you're dead.
Deletion protocol.
No, I accidentally fat fingered X.
Take this!
I accidentally busted my alt. I accidentally what? Fat!
Tell me you got something.
I think it's a mob. Might be good to have. Let's go check it out.
Oh, that was behind me. Okay, let's keep continuing. I want a cheeseburger, guys. Is it cheeseburger day today? It was oh yeah, it was a zoning alt. You're so real for that.
You know how 8's trying to send that element to Earth, right?
Yeah, I know that.
Do you think that's what the doctor wanted?
Can't say, kiddo. Doctor was in a bad spot there at the end. Humans are a tough nut to crack. What's your best guess?
I think the doctor I knew wouldn't want all this.
True.
That's how you feel.
Oh, come and get me cheese. Do you want cheeseburgers too?
Yeah.
How many? All of them? I can't just find an end. I'm gonna lose my mind for just falling. I know it's not even that big of a deal, but Alex, what is it? Cheeseburger time. This is my point of no return.
You can get for that at
I'm almost out of 4. Yeah. I guess I'm at like a 4-hour stream, so maybe I'll just push through. I do need to pee and get water though, guys. I do need to pee and get water. That's my only thing. Hey, they put a lot of salt on these nuts. I have roasted and salted peanuts. Firemind, I gotta piss!
What goodies did we bring back this time?
Piss coming out my ass!
New training sim data has arrived.
It's so good. It's so good, Delta. I love it. W game, honestly.
We are honored to provide one of our greatest goods.
One of the greatest games known to man, but I need to pee so bad, so I gotta be right back. Guys, make sure you check in. Alex, you're in charge, as always. I'm gonna get some water. We're actually just at the end of the game, Delta. We're about to end it. I'll be right back. Samantha, what does that mean? What do you mean by that, Alex? Chat, what do you mean by that? Da 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 da. Ghosty, am I like right outside the boss area? Technically?
Look out for its targeting sensor.
Right on.
Look out!
It's moving. You're going down. Step off.
We did it! Something's aiming
All right, good to know, Ghost. Oops. I hate this training. Let's just go fight the boss. Let's just go fight the boss. Oh, I restarted the training. Get me out. Rips my fucking face off. Sorry, I'm sorry. I'll behave myself better this time. Never made it was a black man.
They look just like yours.
Alex, this is how Alex reminds me of what I really am. And this is how he reminds me of who I really am. Moo! What's the story about? What is the story? Upon my re-debut, everyone kept coming in and sometimes saying like a new viewer would come in and be like, "Oh my god, a cow model," or whatever. And then I'd go like, "No, I'm a dragon, blah." And then eventually I started to run with it. And then everybody started to run with it. I think everybody started running with it first though. Because they were like, "No, yeah, she is actually a cow, trust." And so now I just moo. I complain when people called you a cow. No! No! Explode! Explodes! Don't make me. No, it's moo with an M. We're coming 8. Guys, it's time to take this bit out. Out. Burn it. My cow keeps burninating the countrysides and all my peasants.
How's the packing coming?
No.
Splendid. Thanks to you.
It really?
The shipment for Earth is almost ready. I have nearly fulfilled my purpose. Purpose we were meant to share.
Oh shit, she doesn't want to talk, bro. She could do it this time.
No! I decide my own way. And I'm going to Earth with you.
Yeah.
You still don't understand.
I will kill you, and we'll kill you.
You are Pragmata.
So what? She's more than that.
She's my kid.
And she's not something for
They
you
said
to
the
use
title.
and throw away.
You're beyond repair. This is where we part ways. For good.
Whoa. Whoa. Whoa! What is that? Does it open? It does open. Holy legs? Whole nut. Holy shit.
You and I were created to serve. You're wrong, Pete! Your very existence is wrong. I will soon learn. The world must create reasons alone. Stop! Don't hurt innocent people! I'll cleanse it! Incoming!
Now's our chance.
Bro, I'm kicking her ass. Oh, bro, it's no competition. W music though, move. Like beating a child or something, right? But she can hack too. So we have to be careful. There. She's better than my friend did. Yeah. We're getting hacked again. Wow, I missed the dodging. Balls. I gloated too hard. I'm the bear. Oh yeah, she thinks she's like all that in a bag of chips. It's almost overheated. Heal up.
John, take this.
Let's leave the moon a fuck alone, right?
Using that crap.
Guys, I'm OP.
Now's our chance.
W. What is this? Every third Destiny guys, I'm so sad. X. Oh my god. W Diana. Wait, bro, did I win? Get fucked.
Tell them. 8! Tell them all. The earth must know his pain, his suffering,
Damn. GG's.
his final days. I must tell them.
Transport's at the top of the tower. Diana, we gotta go.
Damn. So she basically wanted to take revenge for like the person who created her. This is what abortion looks like, liberals. Checkmate, atheists. Flat Earth is real after this. Welcome to the dome.
You okay?
Yeah,
Oh, Diana.
couldn't save her, but at least we got to talk.
I'm sorry. I know it's hard, but we can't slow down. There should be a transport for us at the top.
And go to Earth?
Yeah.
No!
Time's not on our side.
Hugh?
Fix me, bro!
We'll be alright. Just think about what you're gonna do.
Why kid? Why doesn't he tell her?
What I'm gonna do?
We gotta see
What?
right? Or you wanna do some bird watching?
I want to do both.
That's the spirit. Let's go, kiddo.
What doesn't he do? She cleans him. She can disinfect me. I would.
Hugh?
I would say
To take me with you.
hi. Remember when I got hit by that shit? I'm infected. Can you hack me? You can't repair dead cells. Is that? Go see. That's a video game.
Look, the dead filament is back.
What the fuck?
It's out of control. We can't leave it like this. It can follow us to Earth. was a lot like you. A thirst for life and all its mysteries. And boy, I had a few bumps along the way. But I had someone looking out for me. And now it's your turn. A whole new life. If you're ready.
Okay, then let's go. Together.
I'm literally a Gundam. I'm actually a Gundam wing. Do I get to play this boss fight?
So enough BS. Let's finish this.
Maybe this cannon will
I do. Waiting. Aim.
You get ready to shoot.
You ready yet?
No, a little more to go. Ready, shoot.
Whoa!
Yeah. This is insane.
That was a close one. Here it comes. I'm charging. Now, shoot.
Holy shit! That was turn. How do I turn? It's at its max. You can't. They're all max.
Wow, nice shot.
This isn't over yet.
I'm hit by a bazooka.
Watch out. It's doing something.
Holy. Diana, you okay?
Yeah, I'll try to protect us.
Lizard, 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 lizard.
Badass. Dude, badass Scales, how's it going, dude? It's good to see you. Dragon cutie. Dragon friend. Guys, Scales is the W streamer. You should check them out. I love when they play guitar.
Still after us? Getting close to the shuttle.
Let me try something.
Whoa.
Optimizing hacking matrix. Initiate.
Whoa.
I did it, you.
Hang on! Down! The shuttle! No! This will work.
What the fuck?
No! Not like this!
Let me try.
Bro, I got goosebumps.
Here we go!
Holy shit.
That should do it.
No!
Diana!
I don't know. It was in the cargo apparently. You did it. It's okay.
You're still with us?
Yeah. Just put a bit too much into it there.
That's okay. You did amazing. How are we gonna get home? Oh, the music direction is... that whole piano made me tear up a little bit. Like, I got emotional there for a second.
Don't worry. I made a promise, right? Better yet. Once we're back on Earth, you can walk for yourself.
Hey, I can walk.
You sure?
I do it all the time. Here, look. I'm walking perfectly fine.
You'll be back on me in no time.
That's not true.
Can't rely on
I
me forever.
love them. Don't go where I can't see you. Please.
I'll do whatever it takes to get you back to Earth. No matter what.
He's gonna do it, right?
Dude, there's a cargo ship.
Really?
Can we go to Earth in that?
Sure.
Might just pull this off.
Nabo! Nabo, I love you! Oh my god, you guys should check out Nabo. He's really cool and sweet. Hi, friendo. Oh, if I can hear, he has to make it. You're not a pro. Hi. I'm far into this game. How was your stream? How was Retro Rewind? Did you have fun? Friends, if you're coming in from Nabo's side, my name is Hope. I'm a dragon. And I don't know, this game is getting sad. AG, hi sweetie. Friends, you should check out Nabo. He's really chill and fun to hang out with. He's a handsome honey badger. He's our favorite. I love that game. Stream was very nice. Aww. As a note, we are at the end of this game. If you plan on playing this, be careful of spoilers, but Nabo, I miss you. You're too sweet, thank you. You're the best. You're the best, dude. I appreciate that. Oh, I'm glad you had such a good time. Oh, I'm sorry. No, you're fine. You don't call me. Yeah. No, I'm only saying that just as a be careful spoilers. That's okay, AG. I love you. Take care. It was nice having you visit. I'm gonna press the resume button game, guys.
Diana.
What, Hugh?
Thanks.
No problem. Is this how we're going to Earth?
I'm gonna grab some food. Thank you. Yeah, do your post stream care. Get some food. I'll see you around, Navo. I gotta watch your stream sometime again. Ryoko, I love her. Ryoko, how you been, dude?
That'll do.
What about you?
Explosions messed everything up.
Wow.
Full automation's not an option. Gotta push it to the end of the rail. Hang tight.
I'm gonna push it to the end of the No, that's a lie. It's just an excuse. I hope you're doing well, Ryoko.
Hugh? Is everything alright?
Yeah. It's a heavy bugger.
I am too.
Stay put.
Is this the end? This is the end of the game? Yeah, I don't know if you want spoilers.
Let me hack it.
No need. Just gotta give it a bit of the old elbow grease.
And then you can get back in the ship, right? Yeah, look away.
Hugh?
I'm coming in. Yeah, I'm coming in, right? Fetty, no. It's not you.
Time to bring it
Hugh?
What?
Bad news. This is where we say goodbye. Sorry, Squirt.
No! I want to stay with you!
It's okay. Gonna be okay. We'll find this thing.
No! Wait!
I'm sorry, I don't mean to cry. I don't mean to cry.
Have a safe journey.
Why did you guys let me play this game if you knew this is gonna happen? It's just like because I'm so good. Falcon. Oh, I don't like this game anymore. I'm giving it a bad review on Steam for making me cry, guys. No, I know. I heard, I actually know about, there's a second thing there's to do. Oh, shit. Is it long to do? Move quicker, I gotta get to Earth. Alexa. Dude, the music's so good. After 100% every area. I suck at 100%ing. It could take an hour or two. I'm so cooked. I don't know. I don't know. I don't know. So I need to you also have to redo boss fights? Not as much as I love the game, it's kind of not worth it. Rare, medium, or well done? Rare. Tycoon. You'll probably need another stream to max to it depending on completion. The boss fights aren't that bad. We could like watch the second ending. We can watch the second, like on YouTube. Let's see. And then Diana gets there and starts spreading dead filaments sitting. You shall all feel Hugh's pain. Wait, what if that's real, Alex? No, but she's actually, like, to the other people, she's broken because she can't even, like, condense or hone dead filament. And whenever she touches it or, like, deals with it, she cleans it. Like, it absolutely clears. I'm watching. I hate this game. I'm watching cry more? What do you mean? You know what sucks? Where's she gonna go from here? Like, will someone take her in? She did make it though. I'm happy she got to see the sea. True, Alex.
I'm ready.
She'll make it, true. I guess she can't really die on Earth, right? Ish? Unknown signal? How is she gonna recharge her batteries? Where do I click it? Oh yeah, we do. Oh, this is cute. Wait, this is kind of cute. Diana's pink pop outfit. That's dope. Unit printed the jacket. You mean the fucking gun? And upgraded in all game modes? Lunatic difficulty? Complete the story also unlocks new weapon functions. Wait, so if you complete the game on Lunatic, you could get more weapon functions? I could get her to like half to a quarter now. No, you got this. Wait, so this is unknown signal, right? And you can't just... Where is she? Oh.
Alert! Alert! We've detected an unregistered crew member. Would you investigate on our behalf?
Who is the... Oh.
Easy there, Captain. Just tell us where they are.
Who's this?
Hidden chamber.
What? You found another battery in a suit. Unknown area.
What?
Wait, you said I had to 100% everything. I could just go there right now. I could just go there right now. You're out of 10 white. You saw 50? No! Should we watch
Where is
the...
this place?
Oh, is it sad? What is that?
So you must be our unregistered friend.
We are. We watch over this hidden chamber on behalf of its original architect. It was their wish to bestow their greatest creation to one who has completely mastered the cradle.
Whoa.
Have earned the right to undergo our most difficult trials.
Whoa.
Decode all of our encrypted sim pods and receive their reward.
Some pods will unlock when you meet the required conditions. Complete every Simpod mission to access the secret room.
Activation parameters verified. Simple alpha disengaged.
Yeah, you got this, Nabu. Master your new weapon and reach the target area. Defeat the enhanced sector guard in the solar panel plant.
Activation parameters verified. Simple gamma disengaged.
Defeat the enhanced creator in the mass production area. Achieve sector progress of 100% in the mass production array. Defeat the enhanced guardian keeper in the Terra Dome. 100% in the Terra Dome? The enhanced Luna Digger? How do you find the enhanced versions? Are they there now? Like that's like the GLaDOS looking at. What is all of that? That armor actually looks sick. They're there now. They respawn in the old oh. And then you would do this secret mission. How are the secret missions? Are they tough or are they like relatively okay? Yeah, that's fair. No, I get you. I like VR missions where they have optional. Oh, that's actually kind of nice to know, Breen. Would you guys be mad? Would you guys be mad if I looked up the other ending on YouTube? Because I don't think I have the time today to tackle everything. But I'm kind of curious if for those of you who's been. I'd be mad if you did it. Okay. I want to see the other ending. I might just do this on my own time kind of thing. just for like the completionist sake. But I just don't know if I have enough time to just kick around today. Like, it's a very small bit, so not a big deal. You won't be mad at me, Breen. Breen is like never gonna watch me ever again. Stop fucking crying. Then slash raid Breenland. Go live, Breen. I'm pissed the fuck. Pragmata secret endings. So mad. So mad. Wait, I don't know where it starts from. Does it start from here, guys? Go to the ending cutscene. Here?
To get you back to Earth, no matter what.
Here? Dude, I love the fit. Dude, I love the piano. Guys, I want to learn how to play the piano to make people cry. But my fingers are stubby. My fingers are kind of tiny.
Go find this thing.
No, wait!
Do you... I want to play the guitar too. This is sad, guys. I can't watch this again.
Get up.
Then Cabin's just gonna come out of the blue and help us. He's gonna be like, what you okay, buddy?
Do you
It's gonna be the fucking Cabin, dude. If you had to help him out, he must have something on him. I'm ready, she says. Wait.
What's this?
Check this. Whoa. Was that it? Delta, that'd be so sad. That's it, just that, well, just to give us a little hope in a picture. And the pick. So Hugh gets a black box augment, which lets Hugh decide survive. Oh. So he's just ends up on the moon, but still alive. That's cute. No, I can understand that. I can understand. I would still probably do it for like the cool shit, or I don't know. I like the game a lot. Damn. Alex, what is that emote? We did it! We finished the game! Are you all happy or sad? Chat, was that a W game or an L game? We're free! W game or L game? W? Hell yeah. L game Doge, wow, did you enjoy? Yes, I really enjoyed it. I don't know. I don't know what it is, actually. What about this? Ooh. No hot girls. L game. Was it Dark Souls 3? Aw, Doge, love this game. Very cool. We'll make sure there's hot girls for you. That can break me like a twig is crazy. Holy shit. I don't know. Give me something good. How did it feel versus Requiem? This game made me cry harder than Requiem. I love Requiem though. That's the tough part. I don't know. I don't know if what beats the other for me, honestly. In KSP, yes, let's go. Oh. Is it time to wrap up? I guess I don't really have. I mean, I could play a little Forza. I can vibe on a little Forza. Really? Oh, I could do a nap too. I wouldn't mind driving for what time is it? It's 3? We go half an hour. Wait, I've been streaming for 5 hours? Let me check something. Ba-da-ba, ba-ba-ba-da-ba-ba-ba-ba-da-da-da. What is reach? You and hi. What's so cold? Well, because everyone plays on PC only. I only have PC. I only have PC. Uh, I can't help you. A Way Out? Oh, I played that one with Ghosty. That was a good one. Like that one. That told an amazing story too. That told an awesome story. That was D. I hope you're doing well, Ewan. She's gonna be like, what? Stop. Yeah, I figured. Should I wrap up or should I play more? My fate is in your hands. What? I wouldn't even know who to raid. Guys, who do I raid? Damn, wrap up. It dropped your fate. Got a good friend. I was aiming to the fire bong. I've done a decent stream. Do I know them, Breen? I get nervous. Lunar. Oh my god, I haven't talked to Lunar in ages. He probably hates me. I haven't talked to him in ages. Oh, really? That's so funny. I used to watch them play World of Warcraft Classic WoW a lot, actually. Could raid Lunar. I would have Lunar. I could raid Heckin' Bry. I could raid Akram. I wonder if Lunar remembers me. Guys, just play old school RuneScape with me all day. It'll be good. Ledge? They're always around my stream a little bit. I could say how to Sledge. Guys, I'm hungry. Guys, what am I eating for dinner? Grilled cheese? Does grilled cheese dinner sounds W or L? Oh my god. Taco Fenny! Girl, I can barely fund my own life now, yours. I love it. A part of me also wants to hit Yin King with a raid because he hit me with a raid recently. I want a nap. Guys, when I cry, I get hungry and tired. I just realized that. And where's Attic? Is Attic even alive today? Where the fuck is Attic? Where's Alex? Alex, why aren't you streaming? Attic died years ago? Oh, that's fair. Dude, oh my god, stop. I want a fucking Subway sandwich now. A full ass Subway sandwich? Oh. Oh my god, you tempt me so. I want a full ass sandwich. Alright. An asset, well, yeah. I can take your recommendation. I haven't seen Lunar in a minute. Maybe he'll be happy to see Cursed Drunk AMA. I never slide. Ski.
It went from Gillamon. Lunar, do you freeze the sun? another question.
That needs a question. Don't even start. I praise the sun every time.
Flame Eater.
What is this question? Pockets there? I love.
If you had to delete a genre of music from existing, what would
Guys, there's Ask Me Anything questions.
Even Orville Peck?
With the aim, please use that. Streamer. If you want to push the question first, further subs and donations help.
But there's some bad fucking actors in country.
I don't think I know Lightning. I don't think shoving a Subway up your ass is how you're supposed to eat it. Maybe.
If anything,
what game is this, guys?
Country singers like Orville Peck, so that we can get country.
Oh, it's a subathon too.
Give me Orville Peck. Give me the chicks.
That's right. So if you like country, but you're like, oh, I like Orville Peck. I like more like LGBT like Q country singers. I'm not gonna.
PokeTuber, the fourth horn. What's the fourth horn?
That's why I don't like it.
Yeah.
That's Dark Souls 1. Alex, do you like Dark Souls 1? Oh, you know.
Genre out of existence, what would it be?
Alright, we'll say hi to him. We'll say hi to him. I like Dark Souls. I like Dark Souls. I like Yin King too. I like Yin King too. I like Jolted Dosh as well. He'll appreciate. Okay. If he doesn't, I'm gonna cry myself to sleep tonight, Green. I'm joking. I'm joking. All right. I don't want to end, guys. I feel like I barely streamed today. But thank you so much for joining me today, friends. I super enjoyed it. Thank you for experiencing the whole of Pragmata. Breathe. Lunar Buho. If you want to hang out tomorrow, friends, I'm live with Death Stranding 2, Amazon delivery packaging. I don't even know. Patches did nothing wrong. Is our raid message. This Patches is in Dark Souls 1, I believe. And I love Patches. Yeah, are you? It's so good, Breen. I'm in love with it, girly. I need more of it. I need all of Death Stranding 2 inside my butthole. Friends, if you miss me, follow me on Blue Sky or anywhere, or Twitter or TikTok or Insta or YouTube. Find me there. Check out the Discord. I'll be back tomorrow, okay? I love it. So Kojima's Bay. Ewan, I love you so much, bestie. Ewan, when I drink this water, I feel like I think about you because you're both refreshing to see and feel in my mouth. I love you guys. Bye. Alex, don't cry. Bye, Delta. I gotta get back to work. Good luck, Delta. I love you. Oh. Breen, it's nice seeing you as always. Breen dance, Breen dance, Breen dance. I'll see you guys tomorrow, okay? Bye, Yushi. I love you. I love you, everyone. Goodbye, everyone.
Value to it. It's just trash. You know, it's not anything substantial.
You know what isn't trash? HopeDreams rating in. Oh my goodness.
We had Hope Pie!
Don't blow in my balls and seeing burgers.
Afro.
Hope is so cute.
Yeah.
I love Afro.
Oh my god, tripping over my balls is too late.
Breen.
Glasses.
Hope, Alex, hello
Yo,
everybody.
has
Welcome
anybody
in.
seen my glasses?
I love Hope.
Yo, I just got shard on my shirt.
There is a type of electronic music called pink noise
Existing
that I do not like.
I don't have my car
But you
anymore.
like pink bitches, right?
Yeah.
Thank God. Okay, we're in the clear pocket.
The bigger the bitch, the better. Marlo.